Yeah, boy. Let's hit him with the. I don't have a. I got the talkover banner. Where's the talkover banner? Bad Al right there. DeloandKC.com. 25% off everything. No code needed.
Yeah.
Black Everyday Sale. You know what it is. By the way, 25% off the dopeones.com too. Universal sale going on over there. DeloandKC.com. Dopeones.com. 25% off everything, including the just drop. Including the just drop for the culture joint. Hang on, I gotta unplug my headphones to hit you with the backside. Hang on. Yeah.
Hey, let's give it up for the fucking hoodies,
man. Let's go.
Yeah, that's cold. That's cold right there.
This one came. Hey, Dave. I don't know if Dave Garcia 209 is in here, but it's Dave Garcia's finest work, man.
That's sick. I like that.
We dropping the Dave Garcia joint today and a Dope Ones joint tomorrow.
I like that.
Man, we are lucky to be surrounded by some really talented people, man. That's for sure. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Man, it got so hectic this weekend, man. I didn't even get it. Well, yesterday was the messed up day. I didn't get a chance to put my order in, man.
I got you. That's all right.
I got some people requesting. I was like,
well, you got to get this one.
Mando.
The Martin joint drops tomorrow, man, and I really, really love the way the Martin joint came out.
Somebody who did Devontae Adams had me cracking up. He did the Martin dance after a touchdown. He was like,
I forgot how many characters he played. He played so many damn characters on that show. Like I forgot about him.
They were to me, they were all funny. I'm trying to think of one that wasn't funny.
Oh, they were all great. I don't know that
they were all hilarious. Even the martial arts instructor, he was pretty funny. And then
Dragonfly Jones.
Roscoe was funny. Roscoe the little kid.
Great, yeah.
Sinead
my mama don't like you anyway.
She said you got a big head. They had Sinead, obviously. Jerome, obviously. Bob in accounting, underrated.
Oh,
she's out of control. I'm out of control. This whole damn party's out of control.
This message I just got from Black Bottles 916 is out of control.
Uh-oh.
I told you they already ready for the next one.
I
guess rumors, sources close to D-Lo and KC say
hashtag
Rick and Brett want to bring somebody with them.
Ooh.
So Jesse, you better start training now, bro. Because Rick and Brett want to bring somebody with them next time. Okay. How the hell was your weekend, fam? Talk to your boy. How was your weekend? Welcome in here to the Monday, the historic Monday, November 22nd edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. And you asked me, how was my weekend?
Yeah.
Living your life after death.
Hey, it's kind of hard with you not around. No, you're unemployed. It's smiling down.
Bars, Puffy bars, Puffy bars, Puffy bars to start the day. Oh, Puffy bars.
watching us while we play for you. Every day they quit on you till the day we meet again.
Living your life.
Stop it. That's inappropriate. Everybody knock it off. Act like you got some sense. We are not celebrating this man's firing.
Hashtag puffy bars.
This is inappropriate. Start the show over. Just like we
Oh, it's live, pal.
All right, we're here.
Oh man.
Hey,
Not celebrating his fire. I'm not. D'Lo's not. Some
well,
people are,
everything
but
is fixed now, right? Isn't that how this works? Like the Kings championship?
No, you're wrong. You're wrong, Dan, because
Oh.
everything was fixed when they fired Vladi. Remember? That was going to fix everything.
That fixed a lot. Fixed a lot.
It was like,
right.
okay, now we got a competent GM, a competent front office. Everything's fixed because we fired Vladi. What was that, 2 years ago? Because remember, Vladi was the one. He was the one. Fire him. We're going to get everything fixed. People was tweeting at me, you know what I mean, saying whatever. Everything was going to be fixed. Once we fire Vladi Divac. Now, once again, everything's going to be fixed. Because we fired Luke Walton.
What part of this don't you understand? Everything's better now. What do you mean? Hit the drop again. Hey, come on. Every move I ain't missing you. All right, that's it. All right. I apologize to Luke Walton and his family and friends.
I like Luke, so I know you do too.
I don't know. I don't know Luke Walton. No,
problem with him.
I don't know Luke Walton at all. I don't have an opinion on him personally. I never had a single interaction with him. I did not think he was a good head coach. I didn't think he was. James has given us the story on why Vlade approached that hiring the way that he did. I understand it. And I understand, James probably knows a lot more about that situation than he can actually say on the radio again, which I completely respect and understand. I still don't think it was the right way to go. I do believe that there are coaches that you can hire sight unseen. And I don't think there was anything in Luke Walton's tenure as the Los Angeles Lakers coach that led me to believe, especially for an organization like this, that he is the type of coach that you hire sight unseen, that he's the type of coach where it's like, no, we don't need to go through the interview process. No, we don't need to do this. No, we don't need to do that. We're just going to hire him. So he already started behind the 8 ball with me in that regard. And then when Monty McNair came in, I didn't understand what Monty McNair didn't see as his time as the general manager in that brief time that he was with Luke Walton that made him think this was going to be different. And we'll dive into all the different angles of this. There's obviously stuff to talk about with Luke Walton. I think there's plenty to talk about with Monty McNair. We got to talk about De'Aaron Fox as well. We've got a packed show for you. Jason Anderson is going to be with us at 1. James Ham is going to be with us around 2:30. Jason Jones is going to be with us around 3:20. So we'll cover this from every aspect possible. But I don't know what's so surprising about this. Like, I don't know what Monty thought he was going to see when he made the decision to shoot James Ham a message and say, hey, James, we're keeping Luke next year. Tell the world. I don't know what he thought he was going to see that was going to be different, because what we've seen, Casey, through the first, 17, 18 games of the season, this is Luke Walton. This is the frustration with Kings fans. Same story, different season. Same story, different season. It's why so many Kings fans are frustrated, because we've all seen this before. We're tired of watching the same movie with the same ending over and over again.
Oh, well.
Every step I take,
Living your life
I miss you.
Well, look, man, when it comes to Luke Walton, I said a number of different times before this season started, I'm not sure if Luke is a good coach or not. There's ample evidence. If somebody wants to make the argument that he's a bad coach, that's right there. I get it. Everything with him, though, has been circumstantial. You know what I mean? There's circumstances surrounding everything that has gone on with him in his career. And the Queen Bee, she likes to use the phrase, not necessarily with him, but with other people in different situations, says bad luck slept rock. Maybe that's what Luke Walton is. He can't ever get in a stable situation that will allow things to be stable, whether it's coaching 19 and 20-year-olds, LeBron getting hurt and then kind of quitting on him, India trip. I saw you yesterday, India trip, COVID, a new GM who's just like punting on half the year, all this, like whether he gets a fair shake to start a season or whatever the case may be, that does not change the fact that this is a business where you got to produce. Mm-hmm. And the bottom line is he didn't produce. And because of that, they had to move on from him. You know what I mean? And I said before, and I'm pretty sure this is the case. I could be wrong, but I mean, this is his last opportunity to be an NBA head coach. I can't imagine anybody hiring him as an NBA head coach moving forward. Just can't.
No, I can't either. Steve Kerr thinks very, very highly of him. Maybe he'll wind up back on the bench as an assistant in Golden State. He finished his career in Sacramento with a 68-93 record, a win percentage of 42%. In Sacramento, a career win percentage of 39.8%. That's where Luke Walton's coaching career stands right now. What's next for him? It doesn't matter. I mean, I don't care. Best of luck to him. Holla. What does matter, though, is what Alvin Gentry is going to do. What is Alvin Gentry going to do different from Luke Walton? How are these players going to respond to Alvin Gentry? What does it say if there is a big response to Alvin Gentry? I mean, there's a lot of things, and we don't have to wait to figure out some of these things. Like they're back on the floor tonight against the Philadelphia 76ers, and Alvin Gentry's, he's gonna speak tonight. I don't think he's speaking at shoot around. I know De'Aaron Fox did, just looking at James Ham's Twitter account, but I think Alvin is speaking later at shoot around. So. We don't have to wait long to figure out what's next. We're gonna find out. We don't have to wait long to figure out what's different with Alvin Gentry as a head coach. Rico Hines now at the front of the bench. We'll talk about the Doug Christie aspect to all of this. Like there's a lot of different angles to take, and we got to talk about your boy, your man's, my guy. We got to talk about.
I ain't following with him right now.
We got to talk about De'Aaron Fox, and more specifically that press conference that he gave on Friday. I know it didn't look like a press conference; it looked like a seventh grader in detention. But we'll dive into that. It was quite an eventful couple of days here for the Sacramento Kings and Sacramento Kings fans.
And you know what, Damien? You asked not too long ago. You said, Monty McNair, what did he need to see in these 17 games from Luke Walton that he didn't already know? Mm-hmm. Why'd he bring him back? Well, maybe it wasn't Luke Walton that he needed to see something from. Maybe you're right. Luke Walton was who he's been. He was who he's been. Mm-hmm. Others have not. And that may be the reason why Luke Walton is no longer the head coach of this team.
Okay. That's a good tease.
Have not.
It's a good tease.
Yeah.
It's a good tease. You don't care. Like, you don't care one way or another that Luke Walton is gone. Because your focus is the guys that are in uniform.
No, I understand why he's gone. I get it. And when I say I don't care, it's because I just want to see this team win. And if Luke Walton has to go for this team.
I didn't mean that like you don't care. Like that's not your focus. Forward. Yeah, your focus is.
Yeah. It's about these players, man. It's about these players, and we can talk about it. And we will talk about it more in depth, but the same group of guys, man, going on coach number 3, going on the same type of record. Yeah. It's the same group of guys.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it doesn't mean that individually they're bad or they're not working hard or hard enough. There are guys that are putting in the work necessary to get it done. But collectively, as a group, this core, it's not it, man. It's not it. We've seen enough. Like these guys collectively do not bring out the best in each other. They absolutely don't. It doesn't work. There needs to be more changes coming.
There may very well be. I believe, and I'll need you to confirm this. I think Cheryl from Elk Grove has entered the chat, and I can't lie. I was thinking about Cheryl from Elk Grove when the news broke yesterday, and all of the different things that were going on. I was like, Cheryl from Elk Grove is smiling somewhere.
That's pretty. Cheryl from Elk Grove.
She gets presents on Thanksgiving. Yes.
Thanks, Monty, for Thanksgiving presents.
Yes, there it is. There it is. She is a happy young lady here today for sure. So come on in, get comfortable. It's noon, which means, grab a bottle of wine, grab some sparkling, grab some Luke Belair, grab some McQueen, grab some Violon, grab some Bamboo. We've got you. We're going to be talking Kings. We're going to be with you here till 4:00. As we mentioned, Jason Anderson, the top of the 1:00 hour, James Ham around 2:30 or whenever the hell he feels like it, and Jason Jones around 3:20 or so. It's a game day. It's the Kings versus the Philadelphia 76ers. We've got you coming there. And, oh, by the way, the Kings were utterly humiliated in back-to-back games this weekend. Lost in all of this is the fact that the Kings were absolutely embarrassed. I'll give you my thoughts on the Friday night game. Because I thought all this news was going to break Friday night. So we'll dive into all of that. And, of course, the phone lines are open for you. 916-349-1320. By the way, partner, so 49ers Monday brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at 1.866. Go City 6. Of course, the 49ers get the win. We'll squeeze that in here as the day rolls along. It's D'Lo and KC. We are just getting started on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Yeah. Y'all hit that thumbs up for us. Hit the subscribe button if you're new. Welcome. We appreciate you being here. You can head over to DLOandKC.com too and grab your brand new For the Culture hoodie. By the way, shout out to Warren. Warren got the first. He grabbed the first joint. He got the first release. Get in there, hit that. Man, we got 193 in here just on YouTube. Like, let's get to triple digits before let's get to triple digits before the commercial break is over.
Let's get it.
Pretty please.
Let's get it.
Shout out to Warren too. Again, Warren getting all the love here early. I wasn't, with everything going on yesterday, I didn't get to really tap into Survivor Series, but I saw Warren, posted something that got my attention. That they're planting the seeds for The Rock and Roman. So I dug into it a little bit. I don't think I would have understood it if I hadn't watched Red Notice the night before. I watched The Rock's new movie on Netflix the night before, and then I saw the video pop up. And when I saw the screenshot of the video, it was like, oh, I know it. Okay, all right, I see it.
That's the
all
move.
Right.
That's the move.
That'll get people's attention.
I absolutely did not watch Survivor Series. Yeah. I don't even know what the storylines are going into it. I know Becky and Charlotte fought. This is like when the NBA takes the summer off, and we don't have to watch the NBA for something. This is wrestling's version of that.
Yeah.
I'm off. I'll be back probably at the end of December leading up to Rumble.
There you go. Yeah.
But yeah, that's absolutely. But like we talked about, though, Damien, we talked about years ago, or not years ago, but months ago, weeks ago, and I posed the question. I don't think Rock takes a strap off of him, no.
Yeah, it just might be that Rock comes in and does the honors. And
you think they put that in there to have him take the strap off and then
do it again? Well, I feel like you did that with Cena and Rock. So I don't.
So what happened after? I can't remember. So what happened after Rock won?
Rock and Cena did one main event, went and then it goes away. Rock wins. Rock comes back like sort of randomly, challenges CM Punk for the championship, beats CM Punk at the Royal Rumble, walks around Hollywood with the belt for 3-4 months or whatever it is, then loses it to John Cena, I think in New York. Yeah, it was Miami then New York. So he lost it to him in New York or New Jersey or whatever.
That's a long play. That's a long play.
Yeah. You could do the Rock and Roman in Dallas and then do it again in
that would be the
Los Angeles, but I don't know.
Maybe I'm biased, and maybe you can't do this, but they just need to be angling everything for that Hollywood WrestleMania.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think
but they know they can get 100,000+ at Dallas.
True.
Yeah, you can get 100,000+ in Dallas too. But I agree with you about the LA one.
I think that's going to be a huge WrestleMania.
Keep hitting those thumbs up, man. We're just 7 away from triple digits here in the first segment, so that's good stuff. We already got folks on the line, ready to chat, man. Love it. Oh, okay, all right. Miss P coming in with the heat. Let's go. Let's talk about it.
Miss P.
Let's talk about it. Let's not turn on each other, though. I'm just following some of these messages. Let's not turn on each other. Let's share our opinions, but let's not,
Hey, I think this is my neighbor. Shout out to his son. What's up, big dog? Happy birthday, by the way. He got a little rose. How was that, man? I got a little rose for his birthday.
Let's go. That's how we do. Damn, Cole. There's like, what's the question, fam? Damn. Like, god damn, like there's tons of messages coming in, man. I'm like, sorry. What's the question, Cole? Goodness gracious.
Hey, you already know what it is, man. It's a 49ers Monday here on D-Lo and Casey, brought to you by my people over at City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com. Damien, you remember when I used to do Drake bars?
Yeah.
Remember when I used to do those after Kings wins?
Vaguely, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Used to be a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's just...
I got a question now that you bring it up, because 49ers, they beat the Jaguars 30-20, so that 30-10. So that means, does that mean what I think it means? Come on now.
They're at 500.
Uh-huh.
I said above 500 before.
Okay. All right.
But I'll say this.
Okay.
Tune in tomorrow, guys. Tune in tomorrow.
I meant more.
What today was going to be about. I knew what today
I meant more for next week. I meant, is it back? But I'm with doing it tomorrow. Let's do it tomorrow.
I knew what today was
lie.
Going to be about.
The people calling for it.
I'm just saying, man.
But broader question here before we get to the phone lines. Broader question here.
Mm-hmm.
Kings are 5 games under 500.
Mm-hmm.
They beat Philly tonight. Do we get Drake bars tomorrow?
Drake bars can continue because the beauty of the Drake bars is I can say whatever I want. So we can have Drake bars and I could be dissing them.
In fact, you could. Indeed, you could.
So Drake bars will stay, and we just got to figure out what we're rapping about that day.
We posed the question on youtube.com/ESPN1320. Of course, you can watch the show as well as listen to it. And I think this poll question has some of the chat house turning on each other. And that's not something that we need to do. But the question is, should the Kings entertain trading De'Aaron Fox? We're 20 minutes into the show. 69% say yes. Again, the question is, should the Kings entertain trading De'Aaron Fox? 69% of the respondents here in the first 20 minutes of the show say yes. We'll talk a lot about that as the day rolls along, but we want to hear from you today as well. 916-349-1320. This is your show, after all, the People Show, the People Station. Let's go to Bobby. Bobby, what's happening, brother?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Bobby.
What's up, KC?
What's up, big dog?
Oh man, I took my son to the game Friday night.
Ooh, sorry about that.
No, it was a company event. We got a nice loft 40 up there. I wanted to call you guys before on Friday, but I was just busy at work. Because I would have loved to introduce him to you guys. Because I just love you. Make us like I told your screener that this is like our Monday afternoon therapy after that weekend.
Always, man. It's much
got
needed.
you, baby.
We need it as
we
much
got
as
you.
everybody else, man. So y'all helping us out.
Yeah, no, but Casey, we've kind of talked about it before. I know a couple of weeks ago we did, but I mean, Walton was just, you kind of saw that coming after this weekend, but it's like with the De'Aaron thing, I mean, my issue is, as you guys see too, and I feel you're right on this, because when you got to be the guy, it's that accountability comes with it. And I agree with more what you guys are saying. It's the mental approach he's having as being the guy. And it's like his post game preference. It was very, I was just beyond disappointed because I do love, I'm a De'Aaron guy like you, Casey, and he's almost forced me off his bandwagon through the first part of the season. And it's like, I can't even defend him anymore. It's like, man, you're not handling this well at all. And I don't know what it is, but the body language, the answers, the whole, as the number one guy, it seems like maybe that's a lot for him mentally. I mean, you guys what do you?
No, you bring up a good point, Bobby. It could be a lot for him. It could be too much for him mentally. And I know this is looked at as a diss, and I understand why, especially if you're striving to be that. But I don't truly mean it as some kind of diss or like he's some kind of bad basketball player, but he might just not be franchised. Not franchised. He can't handle the pressure. He can't handle the responsibility of everything that comes with being a number one guy. And that doesn't mean he's terrible. That doesn't mean get him out of here. That doesn't mean he's a bad guy. But this role, this seat, the lights may be too bright for him. And he doesn't know how to handle it accordingly or effectively. And he's just not that guy.
Let's get back to these phone lines, man. 916, and we're going to talk a lot more about that, by the way. 916-349-1320. Let's go to Raphael, what's going on, my man?
Hey, D-Lo. Hey, Casey.
What's up, man?
Good afternoon. Happy Thanksgiving week to everyone. How you all
Same to
doing?
you, man. We good, man.
Good to hear. Yesterday I was listening to Deuce and Mo, and they had Sam Amick on their podcast, and he flat out said, hey, Monty Williams wanted the Sacramento Kings gig. And Deuce and Mo both wanted to pull their hair out. It was really funny watching Morgan just kind of lose her crap on there. But D-Lo, I remembered that when you were in your podcast and everything, you actually, and actually even back then you were with the Enemy Station, you really kind of were still unsure about the Luke Walton hiring, and you really vouched for Monty Williams. But my question to you about that is, if I recall correctly, in the chatty house, and you guys can all please correct me on this, had Monty Williams not been coaching for a while? Because his last coaching gig ended kind of bad, and then the tragedy in his personal life happened, and then he went to the San Antonio Spurs again for some office gig, and then he got the Suns gig. But I'm just curious, D-Lo, from your perspective, and Casey, of course, I always want to get your take on this too. I just remember Damian really being kind of representing Monty Williams. And what you saw, D-Lo, that you thought, man, Monty Williams would be the perfect guy for this gig.
I appreciate you, Rafa, man. Thanks for the call. The number one thing was, and you brought up the just incredible tragedy with his family. There was an outpouring like league wide for him. Like, if I remember correctly, like Katie was in tears, like not like a tear, like he was sobbing, talking about Monty Williams. There was a very clear, and obviously the situation is tragic, but there was a very clear bond with Monty Williams and his players. And I listened to Monty so much in that time, talking, and I recognize he was the head coach. I think of the Pelicans, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think
and I actually think it was Alvin Gentry that may have replaced him. But regardless, like I know he kind of had some shortcomings there, but that was his first stint as a head coach. There's a lot for him to learn. He had become an assistant with Oklahoma City after that. Thus the outpouring of support from those guys there, or for those guys who played for him. And I just saw this reaction to him and thought, man, this dude. And then listening to the way that he talked, specifically the way that he talked about that tragedy, was like, this dude is a leader. And then I would ask a few people who are in these circles, like, yo, what's the perception of Monty Williams? And the line that I kept hearing over and over and over again was, he just needs another chance. He just needs another chance. That's all it is. Don't ever get this mistaken. I desperately wanted Monty Williams to be the head coach of the Sacramento Kings. I'm not suggesting that the Sacramento Kings would have been in the Western Conference Finals last year had that happened. Mm-hmm. However, when you talk about the lack of appeal that the city of Sacramento has, when you talk about the lack of appeal that this organization and its constant dysfunction has, Monty Williams is a guy who I think can counter that. Because remember, we're all been reminded of this year, Phoenix as an organization sucks. Mm-hmm. Monty Williams isn't there. Chris Paul isn't there. Again, not suggesting Monty Williams is here, Chris Paul comes to Sacramento. But Chris Paul will talk to him. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And that was part of it. You needed somebody who could lead on multiple fronts. And that's why I was such an advocate for Monty Williams.
Yeah, Monty Williams is like you mentioned, he's a leader. Just needed another opportunity. Got that opportunity in Phoenix, and he's making the most of it, man. He's doing a great job with that Phoenix Suns squad. And I don't know what would have happened if he would have came here, but I know I'm here or not here. I'm glad he got another opportunity, man, because it was much deserved. And I'm glad to see him making the most of that opportunity. 100%.
And I won't, in full, someone in these circles had mentioned to me that Monty was interested, not nearly as definitively as what Sam Amick said yesterday on the Deuce and Mo podcast. Mm-hmm. But I had heard, like, yeah, no, he's interested. Like, he's not shutting anything out. Mm-hmm. He would be interested. But he never got an interview. 916-349-1320. We just talked to Rafa. I think we got Pablo here. Pablo, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I'm kind of
messed up, Pablo.
What's up? So I'm kind of messed up right now, quite honestly, so I appreciate you giving me a venue to vent. But I'll have to say this. Out of this last game, it ranks up there with all the worst lexicon of worst Kings games there ever was. Unforgettable. It's up there with Horry's killer game-ending shot. Because I'll tell you why. It's like that movie Knives Out, where the hero, she couldn't tell a lie because she tried to tell a lie, she would start to puke. Well, that's what this game was going to be. I
saw that. This will forever be referred to as the puke game.
What movie is this again? She couldn't tell a lie or throw up?
It's called Knives Out. But see, it literally stunk. It was literally the laughing. I read the headlines in the media. They say the Kings played so bad the fans threw up.
Yep. Yeah.
And they go on and the coach gets fired. It's like you're never gonna forget this. You're never gonna live this down, and it's gonna be just. It makes me upset. I'm like that woman. Every time I think about it, I want to throw up.
Oh my!
I'm sensitive like that. It just upsets my stomach.
Okay.
I feel you.
Hey, I'm a sensitive dude, Pablo, but it's all right.
This is an all-time game and an all-time moment in a bad way, but it is the puke game, the throw-up game. Yeah.
You need a man with sensitivity, like a man Pablo right there. We don't need Ralph Trash, man. We need Pablo.
Sensitivity.
We singing this whole first hour, man. Let's get to Manny. Manny, what's going on?
What's up, fellas? How's it going?
What's up, Manny?
Man, it's crazy, man, because I was watching that game on Saturday, and the first three quarters where it was kind of tight, I was like, man, these dudes going to lose, and it's going to be a tight game, and it's going to save dudes' jobs because they're going to say they're playing hard for him. But after that crumble in that fourth quarter, I was like, man, that's the writing on the wall right there. And I don't even dislike dude as a person, but just as a coach, I was more towards like, it's not the dude, man. This ain't the do for them. And I don't know what other changes need to be made. Obviously, with personnel and beyond that, but this wasn't the dude, and they did the best thing, and they gave Alvin a chance. And I don't even think that's the dude at the end of the day, but I think you wait till the end of the season and you see who's out there. And at least this point, I've said this on Do Some Mo, was whoever you get next, at this point after that, there's no one else to blame but the players. There's no excuses anymore. There's no, like, you can't even shift towards the coach anymore. It's these players need to, and even if that needs to be done now, but more than ever, once this happens, y'all are responsible for this now. Anything happens after that, it's time to break it up, whatever that means. Like, whether that's starting all over, whatever it is, but man, y'all more responsible than ever for what happens with this going forward.
Manny, we appreciate
you, big dog. I mean, I don't know what more needs to be seen. I don't know why we have to wait for another coach to fail with this group to then say it's on the players. I mean, this group is, I think, going on their third coach.
Yeah.
And their third, a lot of these guys have been together 3-4 years, 4 straight losing seasons with this core. Once again, doesn't mean that these are bad individual players, doesn't mean that they go to another situation that things won't work out for them and they won't play well. But collectively, and when I think of this group, I'm thinking of the core. It's De'Aaron, Buddy, Tyrese, Rashawn, and Harrison. And I know Tyrese only been here 2 years.
I would exclude Tyrese from that, but
we could exclude Tyrese from that. That's fine. But Harrison, Rashawn, Buddy, and Fox, they've been here 3-4 years, give or take a year or two for Rashawn. This group doesn't work together. They don't work together. They don't bring out the best in each other, and they don't make others around them any better.
Why do they work together in spurts? I'll go back. Let me ask everyone a question that I asked Mark Jones last year. And to Mark Jones' credit, he couldn't answer it. Why did this team play so well last year when guys were missing? When core guys were missing from the lineup? Now, I understand that you can frame it as end of the season, weird stuff happens at the end of the season. Some guys mail it in. Some guys aren't trying as hard. Some teams are tanking. You could do all of that, and I would completely understand. But they played really well for, what, a 9-game stretch or so without some of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why is that? Why were they 5-4 this year, and we were looking at this is clicking. In losses, we were looking at it like, they need to find a way to win some of these close games. They need to find a way to beat some of these tough teams, but they're in all of these games. They're fighting, they're competing. They're right there on the cusp of changing everything. They're perhaps just missing the closer. Or as we said, way back then, it feels like an eternity ago, but it was like 2 weeks. All they need is for De'Aaron Fox to be De'Aaron Fox. Once that happens, we're good to go. And now we're here. Losing what, 7 of 8? Luke's gone. They're 5 games under 500. The season is far from over, but you can feel it starting to slip away to, we're getting to the point of Kenny's going to come in every week with power rankings for the number 8, 9, or 10 pick.
Yeah. This is a big week for me for college basketball watching too. Tournaments and, I can't wait starting tonight, baby. I can't wait.
Focus, buddy.
But,
I know you're excited about tonight, but focus.
When you talk about what happened last year, some new guys were in here. It wasn't that core. Well, mainly De'Aaron Fox wasn't there, and I'm not blaming it on him, but I'm just saying there was people in his place, and they play better. The other thing about this group, and maybe this isn't an explanation to your question and just more of a statement by me. Hopefully it makes sense, but it's clear this core group, they don't handle adversity well. They don't handle adversity and expectations well at all. They fold like a deck of cards. They fold like a deck of cards.
Deck of cards definitely fold. Yep.
Every time there's expectations, every time them lights get put on them, they run away from the moment and they don't produce. And like I said, individually, they could be just fine. but just collectively as a group, once again, they don't bring out the best in each other and they don't rise to the moment almost ever. The only time, think back, and it's going to be real interesting to see what happens now. Because think back to every time the Kings have made a run or started to look like something, it was right after everybody pretty much turned their back on them and was done with them. We're like, these guys will never get it. Done with these guys.
Mm-hmm.
And then they want to win like 7 of 9,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then we come back and we watch, and our eyes and our attention is back on them, and they fold again. Every time for this ain't this year, last year, it's last 2-3 years.
Yep.
Every time we give up on them.
Yep.
There's no we start doing NBA hour,
Yep.
right? And we're not doing 4 hours on the Kings no more. And then they pick it back up. And as soon as it's a game now, all right, we're looking at these standards. We're looking at what they do. Oh, you got our attention. They fold every time.
Yep.
This group is not built to overcome adversity or reach expectations.
916-349-1320. Let's go back to you and Poker Pro. Poker Pro, what's happening?
PPE.
Hey, good Monday afternoon, gentlemen. I want to say I agree with Damian. I feel like on Friday night was when I started feeling that was the end. And then you waited till after Saturday. Now, Utah is a much better team than they had been facing the previous few games. So I was not shocked. I actually bet Utah on Saturday, so I was happy with that. But Poker Pro Eric has decided I will never bet on the Kings the rest of the season. I've been burned so many times. I will not be doing it. But I thought Friday should have been the end. I think that was the day. But I want to take it a quick different direction because I think that I want to know what you and even the chat house thinks. I'd love to see, again, more minorities, even a Becky Hammond as a coach in the NBA. Where does Luke Walton go from here? This is now 2 jobs. He's had the LA coaching job and Sacramento. Has he shown enough that he will be back in the league in a few short years as a head coach? Do we see him again?
I can't see it. If he chooses to be, I believe he'll absolutely be on a coaching staff. He could be on a coaching staff as soon as next year if he wanted to be. I'd love to hear the explanation of the general manager that hires him as a head coach, should that happen.
Yeah, and I don't think that happens. Could be wrong. I'm not hoping that he never gets a coaching job, but I just don't, like you said, I don't see a general manager going to that owner, going to that fan base and saying, yes, we're going to hire Luke Walton to be our head coach. He can be an assistant on somebody's bench. Absolutely. If he really wants to be a head coach, he may have to go to like some G League stuff and prove himself that way and get the reps that way. I see him more so either staying in the NBA as an assistant, or he could be a head coach at some college somewhere, and not even like Prairie View. Like he could get like a relatively good job somewhere in college. I could believe
Arizona job's looking.
It's
looking real nice. It's looking real nice after allegedly not being interested in it last year. Let's get Reggie in here. 916-349-1320. What's happening, Reggie?
Hey, well, I've been following the Kings for about 20 years, and regardless if we can pull off the coach's name, it still breaks down to we have the same problems every single time. We talk about the roster. We talk about the balance in the roster, like you were talking about. There's no veterans to help Fox develop, or even DeMarcus Cousins. He was there with no veterans to help him develop. It's the most systematical issues with the Sacramento Kings. And when the general manager got hired, we knew that Luke Walton would be fired because it's not his coach. But the Kings has issues more in a systematical approach to it, be it their scouting, because they can't draft. Everyone knows the Sacramento Kings cannot draft. So how do we move forward?
Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I was just going to say, as much as we're joking about, Luke Walton and everything being fixed, Luke Walton being gone is, okay, I believe that you've addressed an issue. But the problem with the Sacramento Kings is it's a issue, not the issue. There are several other things that need to be addressed. I'm not confident in the structure of this organization right now. I'm not confident that Monty McNair is the same type of general manager as the general manager in, say, Milwaukee or Oklahoma City or Atlanta or anywhere else. I think the Sacramento Kings, the organization as a whole, from the top on the way down, they set themselves up for failure because they put these fail safes in. We are exactly where we knew we would be. Because what was the conversation the very day Alvin Gentry was hired? He can be the interim coach when Luke is fired. Got it. They put the failsafe in there. Now where are we? Alvin Gentry is the interim coach because Luke Walton was fired. They constantly put these fail-safes in there that leave you scratching your head going, it's like, I'll paraphrase something. But there's a line about leaders. Like if the command has multiple leaders, everybody's dead. I'll use the old quarterback line. If you got two quarterbacks, you got none. Okay. If you got two leaders, you've got none. It feels like there are multiple people trying to steer this ship, and they may not necessarily be steering it in the same direction. Jason Henderson had some interesting observations from the game the other night. He wrote about him in the Sacramento Bee. Kenny, it's on your porch if you want to go grab that here.
I don't get the physical copy anymore.
Oh, no. That's tragic.
A couple months ago.
Oh, it was the end of Although We've Come.
Living your life.
Hey, Jason Anderson joins us. We'll continue to take your phone calls. Lots more coverage ahead of what's going on with your Sacramento Kings here on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage. Steelo and KC on ESPN 1320.
Chris Cook, your mama can read. I bet she can read.
Who can read?
His mama. Your mama can read, Chris.
You're out of place. Mama jokes are always the best.
No, and it don't even mean anything. It's just your mama can read.
Like Kenny's eating chicken. Your mama eats chicken. Oh, yeah, who you think made? Like she fried it up for me. What you mean? Those were the best.
It's all good, Chris. It was just a little funny jokey joke. A little funny jokey joke, man.
25% off. DeLonKC.com. I mean, there's 329 right now. You don't need a promo code. Can y'all keep hitting the thumbs up, please? There's a lot of people in here, man, and we subscribe, thumbs up, the whole deal. We're so happy that you're here, man.
Hey, and look here, man. I don't really know what's going on. Why are you guys attacking Sign Lady?
Wait, what? What happened? Stop it. That did not happen.
What happened, Jesse?
They said the young lady that you just referenced tried to charge someone to take a picture.
Oh, hell no.
Is that who started that? Who was the first one?
Oh, yo, that's out of pocket. I'm not gonna just throw under the bus, but if that happened, that's just wrong.
Oh, hey, man, the pandemic hit hard. Shit, I don't know.
Capital City, yeah, they can sign me. That's cool. That's cool.
Get it in, baby.
I'm good with that.
I just saw that, and it's like, I'm not reading this.
What happened?
I'm not. It's a Taysom Hill note.
Oh my gosh.
Taysom Hill signed a unique 4-year hybrid type of contract extension that could be worth anywhere between $40 million and $95 million, depending on the position he plays. What it does include, according to the Stooge, is $22.5 million in guarantees.
Oh my goodness. Well, good for him. Good for him.
Yeah, I mean, look,
Who's saving him, though? I don't know if anybody's saving him
well,
all
here's
year.
the thing. We see y'all. It ain't going nowhere. We'll find some way to use it.
This is only one day.
Living your life.
Hey, it's kind of
That was my cut right there. That was my cut. I thought I was Puff back in the day, man. I did.
Worst song ever made. That's a hell of a way to start a video too.
Oh man,
just
really
off the bike.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to this. I don't know if you can call it a back and forth or anything. Our guy Nick DePaula.
Okay.
Shout out Nick DePaula, CKM
Yeah.
stand up.
Yep.
He put a picture up. Reggie Bullock wearing the Kobe Grinches.
Okay.
There's a writing on there and it says sniper alert. So Nick DePaula posts a picture. It says, listen, I like Reggie Bullock and he means well, ... But he wrote sniper alert on his Kobe's and then went a whopping 0 of 2 in 31 minutes tonight. Laughing emoji.
Oh my.
Reggie Bullock, quote.
Oh my.
Says,
Oh dear.
Who wants smoke with me? Do your job and take pictures of shoes, sucker.
Oh my. So 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore. The 49ers get the win yesterday. Move back to 5-5. They're at 500. That must be nice. Wasn't that long ago that the Sacramento Kings were at 500, but of course, the game has changed.
The game has changed. It was all good, all bad, however you want to consider it. A week ago, 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, I would have never thought that 2 weeks later, the Niners would be bringing me more joy than the Kings.
How about that?
I would not have signed up for that. Although I think 2 weeks ago they beat the Bears, but let's just say 3 weeks ago then.
And your man's Kyle Shanahan is on super stable ground, and the other guy's at the house. He's at the house. He's probably already on the beach in Los Angeles. He sent someone to wherever he lived in California or in Sacramento and said, pack it up. I'm out.
Just here. U-Haul or whoever. Just I got a guy putting it in there. He's gonna drive it down. We'll drop it off at the U-Haul down here. Okay, so good. I'm not coming back. But you mentioned earlier, you talked about how what did Monty need to see in 17 games that he didn't already know? Why did you bring Luke Walton back? And when I think about this situation and coaches and all this other stuff, I'm kind of more so, with it being the responsibility of these players. And I did a little Will Z / Rory type research, just real bare basics. And I was looking across the board at the core guys and their level of production this year. And when I did this, it hit me like a ton of bricks. All right.
To hurt.
Essentially, I'm not going to go through all the numbers here because that would take forever. I'm not going to read them all down. But you look at Rashawn Holmes, Tyrese Halliburton, Buddy Hield. We can talk about what the expectations are, what they should be, whatever the case may be. Those three guys are essentially giving you exactly what you would expect. They're giving you the same output that they gave last year. And really all you can ask from them. Maybe you expect Tyrese to play a little better. I can understand that, but he's giving you the same thing as he did last year pretty much. Rashawn Holmes, Buddy Hield, I don't expect them to play any better than what they're playing right now. Just reading you the numbers because they're pretty much the same. Rashawn is 14.2 points, 9.9 rebounds, a block, shooting 68% from the field, 84% from the free throw line. All his numbers are up. All of them are up from last year. So he's improved. Not a whole lot. They're either like the same or up here and there, like his shooting percentage, for example. He was shooting 63% last year. He's shooting 68 this year. He stepped his game up. Buddy Hield, He's pretty much the same. Assists are a little bit down. Rebounds are the same. He's shooting 40% again this year like he did last year, 39% from three like he did last year. His free throws are a little bit down. He's doing pretty much the same. Then you get a guy like Harrison Barnes. If you talk about expectations and what you expect from somebody, Harrison is exceeding expectations. He is improved on what he did last year. He's playing better than what he did last year. Now, remember, we talk about last year a lot. We talk about, there were 2 games away. If it wasn't for 2 9-game losing streaks, this team could have been right there. We got those 3 guys who are doing the same. We got Harrison who's doing better. 16.1 last year. He's up to almost 20 points a game, 19.9, 20 points a game. He's averaging more rebounds. He's shooting about the same. He's shooting better from 3. He's shooting better from the free. He has upped his game. Mm-hmm. So we got 3 guys that are doing about what we expected, and Harrison who is improved. And then you get to 5. And I will read these numbers.
Okay.
The Aaron last year, 25.2. This year, 19.7. 7.2 assists last year, 5.8 this year. Rebounds are the same. Shot 48% from the field last year. He's shooting 42% this year. He shot 32% from 3 last year. He's shooting 24% this year. 72% from the free throw line. He's shooting 70% this year. He has been worse across the board and drastically, in my opinion. And not only did Monty expect, did Luke expect to at the very least get what he got last year, people were hoping that he'd go to another level. He's done the exact opposite. And look, there's a lot of things that go on. Luke could just be a bad coach. And I know you hate this argument. I don't know what the record is. I don't know what the record is if Fox plays up to his capabilities or what we saw last year, but it ain't this. Mm-hmm. I believe that.
I understand.
If he plays better, if he does his part, this isn't the record. And so it's a roundabout way maybe of saying, what did Monty see to bring Luke back? Well, he expected his goddamn best player to perform like the best player. And if he did that, they'd be all right.
Okay.
The guy and Tristan Thompson comes out, says what he says after the Minnesota game. He drops that platinum album. Mm-hmm. And then the guy's supposed to be your best player responds with 17 and 3 assists in a game where they were down by 30.
They were humiliated. Yep.
And then the following night, 13 points, 3 assists, 5 of 17 from the field, lost by 18. That's how he responds. So
we all wondered what Tristan Thompson's multi-platinum record would do for the team, and it did nothing. The record label went under.
Aftermath.
Yeah, the record label went under. It did nothing. And it's funny. You brought up Friday, and there are 2 things worth talking about Friday. I recognize the difficulty of the back-to-back, which is why during the show on Friday, I told you my opinion was they lose back-to-back games. Luke is going to be gone Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
They were so bad Friday. I didn't expect Luke to be back. I was like, this is going to likely be unprecedented. We're going to see a coach fired on the first night of a back-to-back, because I can't imagine what would have happened had they beat Utah. Like, right. If they beat Utah, like, we're just gonna ride it out. We're just once the Athletic report dropped, which, by the way, it was like a week ago.
Right.
It was Monday that reached the world in the Athletic. But the truth is, this may have extended to last offseason. But it's easy. It's easier to make it tangible going back to Monday. They were done with Luke Walton the second that report went out. And we all knew it. We talked about it the next day. This is the dangers. Oh, you've got to beat Detroit. Or what? Like you're waiting for him to lose to Detroit to fire him? Well, that didn't happen. You blew out Detroit. Okay, great. You got it handed to you by Minnesota. a game you needed to win. Nothing there. I honestly thought Luke was going to be fired Friday night after how bad that performance from tip to buzzer was. It was embarrassing. I felt bad for every fan that was in that building. And you start looking around and you're running. This is a business. As much as we love professional basketball, as much as we love our Kings, this is a business. And the Kings are flirting with something very dangerous here because you've got this lethal cocktail of COVID and COVID protocols, perhaps the still kind of fear of gathering, and your team stinks again. Like I saw some pictures coming out of Saturday night's game following your boy in the front row. And we always like to pull the curtain back and be honest with everybody. Can I tell you, I'm a little bit surprised that Danny in San Francisco didn't hit us up and say, hey, I got the dude who pukes phone number. Y'all want to have him on today? I'm a little. So Danny in San Francisco, if you're listening, you're slipping, fam.
You got to step the game up, man.
I fully expected you to have the guy who was sitting courtside and puke.
And if courtside puke guy is out there listening, call him, man. I'd like to hear from you.
Okay. We don't need to. Like I know more about courtside puke guy than I ever need to know. And he's still better than some of the other fans that sit courtside. But that wasn't even the worst thing that happened Friday night. When Brandon Nunez because I went to the press conference because I didn't think Luke was gonna come out. I was like, I gotta see this. Like I gotta see what happens. And I think it was I don't remember who Harrison. I don't remember who came out first. Tyrese. First. And then Luke came out. I'm not in the business of waiting around for De'Aaron Fox anymore, especially on a Friday night. Like I don't care. We ain't running this sound tomorrow. Like whatever, dude. I'm out with you.
That's trash, by the way.
Oh, it's super trash.
And I don't have a job to do. I don't ever have to watch any of those press because it don't affect me. I go on about my night, but that's trash.
It's disrespectful to the people who have jobs to do. But when I saw Brandon Nunez of the Kings Herald tweet out that video of, slumped down, head down, fiddling with the Louis Vuitton do-rag or whatever it was. And yeah, I don't know, got to be better. Giving 10-second answers to everything. It's like more than anything, like when your squad gets your ass kicked like that and you're looking like, I don't want to see Tristan Thompson at the podium anymore. De'Aaron needs to say something. He doesn't have to yell. We'll repeat this for those who weren't with us last week. For those who may have missed Tristan Thompson's album that dropped, he didn't yell. Not a single time. No one is talking about yelling, De'Aaron. Say something of substance. Show you're a leader. More than anything, I think De'Aaron can rebound and still have a very nice season. Whether he has a season like last year, I don't really know. I do believe the coaching change is going to affect these players a little bit. But what I'm out on is De'Aaron Fox being a leader. I don't believe De'Aaron Fox is capable of being a leader. And that type of stuff, I'm going to rewind, and I want everybody to listen to this in its entirety. Colin Kaepernick, the football player. Remember that guy? Remember Colin Kaepernick, the quarterback? Remember some of those trash press conferences? Remember some of those trash media sessions he used to do? Remember when he got pulled aside by some veterans and some coaches and say, hey, that's not how we conduct ourselves? Remember that?
Yeah.
Remember what people were saying about Cap then? Yo, that's De'Aaron right now. De'Aaron is failing to be a leader. But this guy's a leader. He always is. It's our man, Jason Anderson. Of the Sacramento Bee. Hey, always great to have you on. My friend, you had some incredible observations about Vivek Ranadive in your article over the course of the last couple of days. Can you share with us what those were?
Yeah. And Damian, I'll also share with you that we have a website just like everybody else. We're We're not just throwing
Oh,
newspapers
that's
on the porch
right.
anymore.
You're not. I forgot. Because I'm looking at Kenny. I'm remembering the paper. That's my
Yeah,
bad.
man. I don't get the physical form no more. I read my man Jason Anderson on the www.com or www.sacb.com.
I love that you put the www in front, but that's
HTTP.
Yeah, so I don't know. I just kind of found myself watching Vivek as much as I was watching basketball Friday and Saturday night, and I think what you're alluding to is a point I made that there were times the ball was on one end of the floor and Vivek's looking the other way at the bench, and he's kind of peering over at Luke and watching what's going on over there, or at least appeared to be kind of watching what was going on over there. So, we've all seen the writing on the wall, certainly recently, over the last week, the tension has grown, and, he's sitting there with Matino on one side and John Reinhardt on the other. And, this is a team that just is bad for business right now. You got 13,000 in the arena. One of them's puking on the floor. It's a bad look, and things just have kind of spiraled, unfortunately, for this group over the last couple of weeks.
Jason, from your understanding, and what up, Jason? This is my guy, Jason Anderson. What's going on with you, man? How you doing, man?
You keeping everybody in line, Casey?
I'm trying. They don't be listening to me. I try. All I can do is just tell them, Jason. All I can do is lead them to the water. I can't force them to drink it. All right, that's all I can do.
Truth, man. You got it.
To your knowledge, where is Vivek right now? Is he speaking to anybody? Is he kind of still lurking in the shadows? And I know for a long time he hasn't really address the media or anything like that, but he's out there center court in the games. Does he just kind of get to the game and duck out? Is he really not around like that?
No, Vivek's, it's status quo in terms of his presence. He's never really been available to us. He comes in around game time, takes his seat, disappears, right after the game out through the tunnel, and then he's gone. So we don't have a lot of access to Vivek. In terms of, his involvement, I don't know. I have questions about how this all went down and the decision-making, who felt what. I know there were people in Luke's camp, and I wrote this as well. There were people in Luke's camp that were more or less resigned to his fate here recently, and I don't. That does not include Luke. I think Luke, wanted this job. I think he still, wants this job. For whatever you want to say about Luke, he cared a lot about this group, these players. And I think that, I think it hits him pretty hard that he's not going to get a chance to see it through. But there were people around him who just felt like it was, it was a snowball effect, and they couldn't stop it. And Vivek was described to me as an agent of chaos, a forever agent of chaos. And, that's a reputation that he's had for a while. And it's not just locally, it's nationally, it's NBA circles, whether you're talking to agents or people in front offices or whoever, it's a perception that's out there. And I don't know, I don't know that has changed. And, I still have questions about this and who wanted to do what and the timing of it. Monty doesn't strike me as a real impulsive guy. Okay. He's very analytically minded. And, maybe this wasn't an impulse move. Maybe it's something that's been on the radar, since the end of last season, but it was only so long ago that Monty was out there telling us that, look, Luke's our guy. We think he's going to lead us back to the playoffs. We're bringing him back. And it's just hard for me to wrap my mind around the idea that you're going to get 17 games into a new season. And, you played over your heads for half of those games. They got to 5-4 before the wheels started to come off a little bit these last 2 weeks. And it's odd to me that things could change so abruptly. But you also have to point out, in fairness, losing 7 out of 8 is not a lot different than losing 9 in a row. And they made it very clear during the off season that we can't have that anymore. That and so here we are, unfortunately. But I don't know that it's. I don't know. I don't know if it's something to celebrate or not. I know a lot of people are happy to see this change. To me, it's sort of the same old thing. I mean, this is not a step forward in terms of the culture of the organization or any sense of stability or continuity. This is just sort of more of the same.
It's pretty ridiculous. We heard there were people singing and dancing and rapping on the radio today, which is just just absurd. Jason Anderson of the Sacramento Bee with us here. And by the way, we're in step with you in that line of thinking. Like no one, and I wasn't a fan of Luke Walton. I wasn't a fan of the hire. I wasn't a fan of keeping him. But I also knew if we got to this point, it means things were bad for the Kings. And the question is, why are things bad for the Kings? Removing, Luke Walton from his position as the head coach is a step, but it doesn't fix everything. And I think as you were joining us, Jason, one of the things we were talking about that Kenny and I are both frustrated with is De'Aaron Fox. And for me, De'Aaron really lost me Friday night with that press conference. I'm curious your impressions of that Friday night show from De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, well, it wasn't good, and it wasn't the first time either. His last his previous media availability was more of the same in terms of just the bad body language, and it was certainly noticeable. He's been better the last couple of times that we've talked to him, including today at shoot around. He gave us his thoughts on, what happened yesterday and what needs to happen moving forward. So I don't know. It's not good. And I've been careful about, I don't want to misread somebody's body language. That could mean 100 different things. And, first and foremost, it might just mean that he knows he's not playing at the level that they need him to play at. And, I think maybe more than anything, that's what's frustrating him. So I don't want to misread that. I wouldn't, necessarily attribute that to any kind of anything with the coaching staff or with his teammates or his situation. I think he's not playing well. I think he's probably hearing about it on social media and, seeing that there's been a little bit of a heel turn amongst some of the fan base in terms of their support and their belief in him. And, for a young player that's really trying to win in this league, which is difficult to do anyway, and even more difficult, over the years to do in Sacramento. I think that might just be sort of the source of his frustration, but they need more from him. That body language is they can't have that. This team has enough challenges as it is without the franchise guy coming out and, kind of carrying himself that way. So they need him to do better in those situations.
Well, part of me, Casey, real quick, feels like you mentioned the fans turning heel. Like I think some of the fans think De'Aaron turned heel.
Yeah, maybe.
He's Hollywood. He's Hollywood Hogan now with the black beard.
Yeah,
I don't know if you get that reference, but I think that's the way some fans are looking at it.
NWO, I got you.
Oh, my man.
I know Jason, a wrestling fan.
Man. Let's go.
Yeah, and I'll go back to what I said a minute ago, where I don't want to err, one way. I don't want to err the other way either, and leave that out. I'm not going to necessarily sit here and say that that's the case, but I think we'll find out. I mean, time will tell, and we're going to learn a lot about this group of players, this roster, by what happens starting tonight. Because if Luke was the problem, then in theory, they start to play better now. And, I don't know that I necessarily subscribe to that either, because, they were already playing for Alvin Gentry too. And, Alvin's got a 35-year track record in this league, very well liked and respected everywhere. But we'll see. I don't know. They're not going to there's probably not going to be a big difference in what they're doing. Fox said today, he told us that he doesn't expect there to be a big overhaul. He thinks that rebounding and defense continue to be areas of weakness that have to improve. And a lot of this was right out of the Luke Walton press conferences. You know what I mean? Where Luke has stressed these things for 2+ years every day. That's one thing I've always, noticed and given him credit for, is that his messaging has been very consistent, very steady, and he has stayed right on point that certain things had to get better with this group, and those things haven't gotten better, and I'm not convinced that, just overnight they're going to.
Yeah. Jason, real quick before we get you out of here, do you think that this group can turn their season around? Do you trust that this group can turn their season around?
I think that I think they are. I don't know that my opinion of this group has changed a lot. I think a lot of people are disappointed in these 2 weeks and not seeing more fight from them. But look, we were always looking at them as like at the 8, 9, 10 spot in the West, and to me that hasn't changed. I mean, we're 17 games in. There's what does that make, 65 to go. You look at the standings. It right now it looks like maybe them or Minnesota for that 10 spot, and it really doesn't deviate a lot from I don't think what the expectations were in the beginning. The question in my mind was, could they achieve at a higher level than that? Like I had a hard time seeing them get up to that 6th spot where you're in the playoffs. And I still have, maybe it's even harder to see now that they've, these early games count. They matter. You squander game 4 in a row and you should have won, 3 or all 4 of them if you listen to Tristan Thompson. And, those wins, you're going to look at the standings after 82 games, and there's going to be a difference in where the Kings are because of those 4 games. I guarantee it. It's going to be close, whatever it is. I think they're still kind of on the same trajectory. Nothing really has changed in my mind, despite the fact that they've squandered some games recently, except maybe that higher ceiling. I think they're going to have maybe a harder time getting to that higher level, but I still think they're probably where we expected them to be all along at the end.
Great work as always, Jason. Thanks for carving out a few minutes for us, man. We really appreciate it.
SacB.com, baby. Check it out.
There it is. It in fact does not have to be delivered to your driveway. SacB.com, our man Jason Anderson, right there. Wrestling fan, Jason Anderson. We'll step out. We'll come back. There's a lot more to talk about. I want to talk about Alvin Gentry too. James Ham's up next. He's going to be with us, I think, at 2:30. I want to talk about Alvin.
I want to talk about those situations as well, but I got to talk a little bit more about Fox and this perceived heel turn as well.
Okay, it's 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore. You get more with Dylan with KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Man, I'm trying to stay on top of these joints.
Hey, on the next when we come back, do you want me to do a City Center?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, do a City Center. You got the .com one in front of you?
Yep.
Okay. And trade for Grant Williams.
I like Grant Williams. Actually.
Marvin Bagley?
Wow. Grant Williams pretty good.
That boy good. Mm-hmm.
I just realized, I can't wait for this. Gonzaga versus UCLA tomorrow night. Hello.
Oh boy, here you go.
Hello.
Hey, can we show some love to, man, some of y'all are really amazing. Shout out to Toya first. Miss P.
Hey.
Miss P and Brian Cruz, man. Y'all are too much. We appreciate you so much.
Thank you, guys.
We mentioned Warren earlier. Shout out to Kim Cleveland. Ooh, Kim grabbed her that Blue Bottles crew neck. Let's go. Love that. Gamer Childress, man. Gamer Childress, thank you so much, man. Thank y'all for repping us over at DeLoandKC.com. 25% off, no promo code needed. That sale is running for a while, and it's not just DeloandKC.com. It's the dopeones.com as well. So you can head over there. You can grab the Boogie hoodie. You can grab the Boogie tee, the J. Will joint, Chris Webber, whatever. That's all over there on the dopeones.com, and it links right from DeloandKC.com. There'll be separate carts, but the 25% discount is universal, man. So go check us out. You can get this joint right here. Hey.
Hello.
Boom, you know what it is. You can do.
Today's discounts.
Huh. Yeah, there was a stretch where we didn't have a discount. But we launched the discount with the Rose interview and just kind of roll it over into Black Every Day. Man, Miss P loved them long sleeve tees. She got 2 for the culture long sleeve tees. Man, that's dope. This is great work. I don't think he's in here today, but this is great work from Dave Garcia.
Miss P also need to let me know if they're hiring at her job. Because man, Miss P could just pick him up. She like LeBron. They asked LeBron one time, "When was the last time you looked at the price tag?" He said, "I don't know."
I don't know. Miss P. I mean, I know what shoes that I put on when I'm flying. I saw what shoes Miss P put on when she was flying. I was like, oh, we're made different.
D-Lo and KC, Miss P, we're not the same.
Yeah,
we're not the same. I have like maybe like a Nike backpack or something like that. Maybe maybe more likely a Jan Sport. She's not flying like that. She not flying like that.
Yeah, that's not how she ride. I don't think she's in here, but that's all right.
Brand.
That's all right. Sometimes I dream that she is me. Oh, she is in here. Oh, I see. My bad. Stop talking shit. She is in here. Yeah, we saw. I saw the pink with the tag. Like, oh, those are your flying joints. Oh, okay.
Yeah. She had kicked the feet up on the duffel bag.
I know there ain't.
My duffel bag don't look like that.
And them. I know any shoe I got with a tag ain't going to an airport. I tell you that. They ain't going to an airport, man. The chat's popping. I'm trying to keep up with everything that's happening, but it's tough. Oh yeah, right on, Brian. I see you grabbed one, man. That's dope. Brian's he's been super supportive.
Big ups to Brian. Big up.
So many of you have, man. We appreciate you. I'm with this. Still haven't unveiled that work of art from Dave Garcia.
Bring Joshie back up there. I need to see. Get my Rick Ross on. Where are you at? Josh C. Is that a Sacramento high school?
I know that Del Campo colors, aren't they? But that ain't Del Campo.
Too many words. It's a 49ers Monday here on D-Lo and KC, brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com. And like I said, it's a 49er Friday. It's a 49er victory. Or excuse me, 49er Monday. It's 49er victory Monday as well.
Yeah, they got that win against the Jaguars. Don't apologize for beating bad teams. Just get out there and get the job done. 0-0. Ooh. They did not. 0 turnovers and 1 penalty from the 49ers yesterday.
It's the recipe for success with this team.
That's it.
And I know they're going up against the Jags. It's nothing to go crazy about, but I mean, I don't mean to sound like this, but when they play that clean of a game, they don't turn the ball over. It's an easy 25 to 30 points. Like that's what I mean when I say Kyle. I don't. He's not out the woods yet. But when people are like, "Oh, he's not doing anything," and he's the league has figured him out. I said that. All this other stuff. I mean, this stuff still works when you take care of the ball. It feels like that's what it feels like. This stuff still works if you take care of the football. We'll see though. They got a big game coming up on Sunday.
Yeah, it's good. They got past the Jaguars. They got a big win last Monday, and it's good to see that it carried over. Like we as Kings fans were hoping, like, hey, can you carry over a win here? No, they in fact cannot. They can beat Detroit, and that's about what we know right now. is they can beat Detroit. There's a lot of things we want to talk about. I mentioned Alvin Gentry. I want to start with De'Aaron Fox and the perceived heel turn one way or another. We'll get into that. James Ham's coming up about an hour from now. Jason Jones coming up about 2 hours from now. And I know you want to talk about De'Aaron, so let's start with the poll question that we got over on youtube.com/ESPN1320. By the way, if you're watching, we hope that you'll hit the thumbs up and the subscribe button as well. If you're new to this show, man, welcome. We're here Monday through Friday, 12 to 4. We get you continuous Kings coverage. And, of course, we cover everything here in Northern California. Many are listening on the Odyssey app in 1320 a.m. as well. Should the Kings entertain trading De'Aaron Fox? That is the question right now on youtube.com/ESPN1320. Should the Kings entertain trading De'Aaron Fox? 69% say yes. 31% say no. That is an hour and 20 minutes into the poll right now.
Read those numbers for me again.
69% say yes.
Wow.
I was not expecting that. I didn't think it would be 50-50, but I didn't think it would be that high.
This goes into kind of what maybe I want to talk about, and this perceived heel turn on De'Aaron Fox.
Heel turn on De'Aaron, like by the fans, by us?
That's what's being perceived.
Okay.
That's what's being. That's what's.
I just want to make sure because there's 2 heel turns at place right now.
I feel you. But that's something that I'm gonna take this platform and this opportunity to kind of chill that out, man. Because we're not going to go for. I saw a lot of especially the Super Fox supporters and things of that nature saying this is why nobody wants to be in Sacramento. This is because they turn on them, all this other stuff. We're not going there. We're not doing that. We're not doing that because any kind of vitriol or ill will that's going in Fox's direction right now, I'm going to tell you a little bit about where it comes from. There's 2 things that a star player or the best player on the team has to do here in Sacramento. It's either or you can do both. All you got to do is have a positive attitude, bust your ass, and work hard, do the best that you can do out there every night. There will be no problem. Or you can ball out. If you may have a so-so disposition and attitude, but I think if you're averaging 25, 26, 27 a night and doing your job, they'll leave you alone. Or you can do both, right? You can do both. But notice where I said in there, I didn't say anywhere in there that you had to win. Right? And this is like when I work out with the kids and stuff like that, and I tell them I got 2 rules: listen to me and work hard. And I tell them, did you hear me anywhere in there say you have to be perfect? Did you hear me anywhere say that you can't mess up? They're like, no, Coach Kenny. That's all I ask. 2 things: work hard and listen. Here in Sacramento, show that you give a damn and ball out. And they don't even have to go together. You can be playing bad, but you're out there busting your ass and standing up in the podium, answering your questions like a man. They'll leave you alone here. Or you can ball out. Or if you do both, everything's all good. But once again, notice I didn't say anything about winning, because for better or for worse, this is a sad reality. We don't expect winning here. We hope for it. We don't expect it. So at the end of the day, because we don't have that type of expectations, all we ask is that you care, or you show that you care just as much as you do, or as we do. Mm-hmm. And you got people, talking about, Kings fans turned on De'Aaron Fox. Well, he's not living up to his part of the bargain in that respect. And I'll give you 2 prime reasons how, if you live up to it, you'll live in infamy here. Mitch Richmond. For the most part, Kings were no good with Mitch Richmond around here. No good. Not good at all. Record was 221, 353, 66 games under 500 while he was here. How many number 2 jerseys do you still see?
Oh, they still rock them
in the arena. If Mitch Richmond came tonight at the Golden One Center and he was sitting courtside and they're like, we want to welcome Mitch Richmond here to Sacramento, all 13,000 are on their feet loving Mitch Richmond. He is verified here in this city. He didn't win. He didn't win at all, but he balled and he handled himself like a professional. And we respect that. And not only do we respect that, we hold him in lore because of that. Number 2, DeMarcus Cousins. He wasn't perfect, but he balled and he gave a damn. His record, 196 and 362. He was 83 games under 500. It ain't about winning, so to speak, here. But if you ball or you give a damn, we'll love you forever. And right now, De'Aaron isn't doing either one. And we don't ride with that out here. Simple as that. I didn't even say you have to do both. It is either or. He's not giving us one of them. And really, to be honest with you, the easier one, if he just like didn't have press conferences like he did on Friday, or doesn't go expressionless around here and still have the same numbers he had, nobody would care. Nobody would care because he out here busting his ass. So that's where I have a problem with this heel turn on De'Aaron Fox that Kings fans are doing. Number one, there's a bunch of fans, even somebody that's been critical, myself. Nobody's saying get rid of him. I'm not saying that. But yeah, you leave yourself open for criticism when you step to the podium after getting slapped around by 30 points, acting like you don't give a damn, which has been your disposition pretty much all year long when you haven't played well. It's real easy here, man. Just work hard here, man. Just work hard. Simple.
I'm trying to figure out whether it's really difficult, because I don't want to encompass an entire season into the last 2 games. I do think De'Aaron has worked hard this year. I think we saw a steady increase of De'Aaron improving and kind of maybe not rounding into that stretch of play last year where he was averaging 27 and 8 or whatever it was, but rounding back into something similar to what we saw through the collective of last year, through the majority of last year. But it's really hard to shake the last 2 games, and it's really hard to shake the images of him at that press conference following Friday night's beatdown. So I want to stop short of saying he's not working hard. Again, I'll listen to any argument saying he didn't work hard the last 2 games, or at least it certainly didn't appear. It felt like when that team got down, especially on Friday, because they fought really. I mean, this will get lost because of what happened yesterday, and because a freaking kid puked, or a grown ass man puked on the sideline.
Oh man,
yeah.
The kid wasn't having tequila shots.
They were in that game, until I think the start of the fourth quarter. There was a run at the beginning of the fourth quarter. It was like the buzzer went to start the fourth quarter, and the Kings never came out. Then they went on a run, and then you had the 20-minute delay or whatever it was, and by that point the game was over. It was done. And so the Kings were in that game, even in a game that De'Aaron didn't play particularly well in. They were in that one, and then it fell apart there to start the fourth quarter. I also want to point this out, and it's easy to do with DeMarcus Cousins. You brought him up and talked about how loved he is. Well, he's not loved by everybody.
Mm-hmm.
He's loved by us, and I think he's probably loved by a lot of people who listen to our show.
Mm-hmm.
And I emphasize that, and we all know why. If you listen to something else, you were told something else at the time, right? And a lot of people, you could always tell when someone was regurgitating someone else's nonsense and they weren't able to form their own opinion on DeMarcus Cousins. I had my frustrations with DeMarcus Cousins.
Mm-hmm.
They came from watching him live. There were frustrations. Like I'll remember specifically an Oklahoma City game. I was there watching him and something happened on one end and he just got into it with an official. Meanwhile, fast break on the other end. Play runs for about, the defense gets back. The 4 other members of the Kings get back, slow everything down, but they're down a man. So what do you think happens?
Mm-hmm.
Those are the types of things about DeMarcus that drove me nuts. That type of stuff, him getting caught up in arguments with officials used to drive me crazy. But I always felt like the majority of the people at that arena loved him. I think a lot of Kings fans, and we see this to this day, we saw it with the launch of the Players Collection over at DeLoneKC.com. A lot of people still love Boogie. I think a lot of people still love De'Aaron Fox too. I think there's a group of people that are really loud about their dissatisfaction with De'Aaron. And it's their over-the-top dissatisfaction with De'Aaron. It's not a conversation like you and I are having.
Mm-hmm.
It's social media, all caps, calling names about De'Aaron Fox. I don't think that's the majority of people. I think everyone is collectively frustrated as hell because we're tired of this and we're wondering what we're doing with our lives. Why are we investing so much time into this basketball team? Why are we investing time and heartache into this basketball team? We weren't supposed to be here again, like you joked about earlier, but you weren't really joking. This was all supposed to be fixed with Vlade gone.
Hmm.
And now it's like, well, it's all supposed to be fixed with Luke Walton gone. So what's the next thing? It's all supposed to be fixed with De'Aaron Fox gone. It's like we're stuck in this mentality of we don't know what we want, but we know what we see isn't it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like people talking about trading Harrison Barnes last year at the trade deadline. Should have traded him to the Celtics. Word? Why? Well, you could have accumulated this, and this. Oh, we're back into asset gathering? That's what we're doing? Because Harrison is good. You just outlined the numbers a few minutes ago. Harrison is performing above what he did last year. Harrison's the team's best player. Come at me if you want to. Harrison, he's an important piece to this team. But we're still stuck in but we've got to trade him because he's old. He's not even 30, but he's too old. Okay, we got to get rid of him and get Grant Williams, get a draft pick. Well, what are we supposed to do here? No matter what is in front of you, Kings fans aren't going to like it. We had been counting down the days, literally from his rookie season to this max contract extension coming into play. Got to make sure that we got room for De'Aaron. Got to make sure that we got room for De'Aaron and Marvin. They're going to be our centerpieces for years and years to come. We finally found our 2 guys to build around. We're a super team, just young. We've got these guys. We're going to build around them. Okay, now we weed out Marvin Bagley. It's all right. We still got De'Aaron. We've been counting down 1 year, 2 years, 3 years to finally getting to this max contract for De'Aaron Fox. And now we're here, and everybody's mad about it. Everybody's mad that, he's not living up to the contract. Well, so what would you have preferred? Them not sign him? Is that where we're at? He's not living up to the contract the way Donovan Mitchell is. Donovan Mitchell exceeded the contract he's got now in the years leading into this season. Jason Tatum's going to wind up being a top 5 player in the league in like 3 years, in my opinion. But with De'Aaron, we're just adamant that he's not doing enough. And this team that we have in front of us isn't what we want. We don't know what we want, but we know that this isn't it. And it's a lot like Luke Walton in the sense of, if you're ready, in my opinion, if you're ready to bail on De'Aaron now, 18 games into the season, you were probably never in on him to begin with. I don't think Monty was ever in on Luke Walton, nor should he have been. And that's why he bailed on him 18 games into the season. De'Aaron's got a lot he has to fix as a player and a leader. Whether he'll be able to, I'm not really sure, but I think we've been spoiled with De'Aaron and all of these like massive jumps that he's taken as a professional basketball player. This is literally the first time he's had a down year in his career, and we're ready to kill him for it. Now, I'm not trying to sidestep everything else you said, because everything else you said is really important to me as well. That's why we brought up that press conference. Mm-hmm. You can't do that. Under no circumstances can you be that guy slouched in your chair, looking down, not looking at the people talking to you, fiddling with, whatever's in front of you, texting on your phone, doing all that stuff. You can't do it. I understand he has a lot to fix, but my man has been a pretty solid ball player for this franchise for a long time.
He has been. And
more than solid.
And the thing about it, like you said, the optics of it, and to be fair, because after what I saw on Friday, I've been looking at De'Aaron. I'm like, okay, well, it's not necessarily a one-off because he's done that a couple of times this year, but I won't even worry about that. I'll talk about what I saw on Friday and move forward. And I don't know if he had a better night on Saturday, if somebody talked to him or what, but Saturday, and then I saw James and these guys talking to him today, he hadn't been like that the last 2 times he's been in front of the camera, because that was just a terrible look. That was a terrible look on Friday night. Mm-hmm. The thing that really needs to be looked at with De'Aaron Fox, and this is like the nuance of a conversation that doesn't happen often enough, and that's why we're here, is just because, once again, he's not the guy, in my opinion. You mentioned earlier, you don't believe he can be a leader. I feel the same way. That doesn't mean take him out to pasture here in Sacramento.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean, oh, I want him out of here and let's trade him for this guy and this and that and this and that. That just means he's not the guy. You got to find a way, whether it's through trade, draft, free agency, whatever the case may be. You got to get creative and find somebody that is, in my opinion, better than him. Now, where it gets a little concerning is, like, typically I have that type of thought and that type of, when I talk about championship. I don't know right now. I'm not sure if De'Aaron is that guy to get into the postseason with. And that is like a scary proposition. If like the bars down there just get to the 10th spot and he can't be the best player on the team that's trying to get to the 10th spot, that's a little disturbing. I'm not there yet, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't have concerns about that. I don't know if he's that guy to be able to do that. Can
you be a guy who gets your team to the postseason, or even in a grander picture, be the guy who gets you deep into the playoffs, and not be the I'm not sure how I'm trying to phrase this. Like you're the guy on the court, mm-hmm. but you're not the guy off. And I'm not talking about a Draymond Green thing here, because whether Draymond Green is the dude who yells at people and pulls people, like, I have zero care about that. Steph is the guy on that team. Mm-hmm. Like, period. Steph is the guy. Like, we all know it. But Steph conducts himself in a certain way. He doesn't conduct himself the way Draymond Green does, but he conducts himself in a certain way where, Steph. Mm-hmm. Steph squad.
Mm-hmm. High school high.
Can you exactly? Yeah, it's your high school high reference. Can that be like, to stick with that reference? Can you look back at see what another player is doing that's not De'Aaron Fox and follow them?
I don't think so, and I'll tell you why. This is just the way that I look at the game, because when it gets down to it, it's really about like everybody does your job. And this guy brings us home, right? Mm-hmm. And regardless if he's the talkative, like you think about the Clippers, we always talk about Kawhi Leonard. Well, I'm pretty sure the Clippers look around and they say, I'm doing my job. All right, Kawhi, bring us home. There's a fly that keeps flying in my ear. But anyway, it would be like, Kawhi, bring us home.
De'Aaron Fly. Sorry, go ahead.
Who's another soft spot guy? I mentioned Mitch Richmond, right? Mitch Richmond wasn't this yeller or anything. He was pretty chill. But it was everybody here. Oh, let's do my job. Let me get here. Let me get these boards. Now I know Mitch is coming with 25 to bring us on home. Like, regardless if he speaks up or not, you're expecting him to bring you home. And that's what's happened. I laid out in those numbers, and I think that's what's happened a lot of the times this year. Like, these other guys are doing about what they're supposed to do and what they can do. And they're looking for the guy's supposed to be the guy. But, all right, man, I did my part, Rashawn Holmes. I got my 14 and 11 tonight. Now I need De'Aaron's 25, and we're going to get this win. Hell, Luke Walton, Alvin Gentry now. Well, I mean, Buddy, I am not asking for Buddy to go for 25. If Buddy gives us 16 off the bench, all right, now I got my guy.
Something better than 6 of 19 shooting, by the way. I just want to preface that really quick.
But regardless of whether or not they talk, a lot or outwardly is the leader, everybody's looking for this guy to bring us on home. That's what it is when it means you're the guy. Bring us home. I'm gonna do my job. NBA Finals. Chris Middleton was great. Giannis, bring us home. Bring us to the promised land. You know what I mean? And that's even without all the talking. That's why I said earlier, without all the talk, I'm not really even talking about the talking. Just do what you do on the court. Do what you're supposed to do on the court, and everything else will fall into place. But it hasn't happened.
It hasn't. And it's been incredibly frustrating to watch. There's a lot more that we want to talk about as it pertains to this. We mentioned Alvin Gentry. We'll talk about that and kind of what's next for this team. I know a lot of people have their eyes on, I think it's December 15th. Mm-hmm. I'll get clarification on that. I think that's the day, though. James Ham is going to join us sometime in the next 30 to 45 minutes. He'll be with us. I kind of just told James he's got a busy day. He went to shoot around, talk to De'Aaron Fox. He's coming back home, and then he's getting back on the road to head back to the Golden One Center for the game against Philadelphia. So he's going to be with us coming up here pretty soon. Jason Jones of The Athletic is going to be with us as well. We've got the phone lines open for you, 916-349-1320. For those that aren't watching on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Kenny's one-man war on this fly is one of the funniest things that's happened for sure. And it's a 49ers Monday as the 49ers get the win, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore, and you get more D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage. It's ESPN 1320.
This thing wants to buzz in my ear, of all places. I almost had him.
He's flying. Okay. KC like looking for it. I'm going to get you. I got to cut you. That's the rule.
I try to leave them alone. I try not to kill the things, but when they start messing with me,
I always, if it's by a door or a window, I'll try to help it out, man. But I'm trying to watch TV. It's like, hey, man, look it. We ain't doing this. We ain't doing this, man.
Just hit him. I don't know where he's at. Don't come around here.
Can he make contact? Blue tumblers. I'll look into it. We'll get TC next. I know I need to add some more. Stuff. I just wanted to get the For the Culture lineup. We got another one dropping tomorrow. I'll add some more stuff throughout the week for sure. Remember that sale stays live. DLoandKC.com, 25% off.
Come out the shirt real quick. Hold
on. Probably, yeah. Well, I mean, worst case scenario is they're 15 games under 500, I think. But this definitely ain't good. What's that? Yeah, that's an interesting question. I wonder the same thing. Hey, there he is. The man of the hour. Let's go, buddy. We've been looking for you, man. We've been trying to sing your praises all day. Dave Garcia is one of his but probably his just nastiest design, man. I know he put some work into this one, man. This is pretty awesome, Dave. Well done, my brother. I'll keep working. Okay. Blue hats. I see it. We put the blue masks up. They're alive. You can check those out. Red hats. I don't.
Red hat, like what you mean?
Oh. Gotcha. I gotcha.
Any one of those.
That's interesting.
That's my job.
I don't think so. I don't think so. But at this point, try something. All right, Leezy, what you doing in the mountains, Leezy? Leezy, I don't think we go there. Beanies. Well, I know Miss P say make a beanie, she gonna get one. I'll have to. There's nothing on the site for beanies, so I'll look into that as well. I'll do more work when the show's over, guys, at 4. Oh, I keep forgetting this. I got a TV hit at 4:15. Don't let me forget that.
These guys, man, they see Brown asked, who do you want to bring in better? I mean, so like bringing them in alone, like that's not. Did you guys hear me say I want to bring in? I want Fox to stay. So like Fox for Ingram, that's a lateral move. Fox for SGA, that's a lateral move, in my opinion. You need to find somebody. That might not happen right now. Like you may have to draft, free agent, all that other stuff. That may be the case. I'm just saying, ultimately, I know for like championship wise, you definitely got to bring in somebody better. Hopefully, you don't have to do that for.
Come on, man. Come on, Dave Garcia.
Boom, 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 boom.
Now this is a story all about how I'm almost done with that.
Well, for sure, though, this group needs to be broken up in some form or fashion. I don't know if that's 1 or 2 people gone, but they got to go. So 49ers Monday here on D-Lo KC. Brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com.
Let me ask you a question. We were just talking during the commercial break. If you're on Twitch or YouTube, the show don't end. We just keep riding. Check us out there if you're on the Odyssey app or 1320 We know a lot of people probably going to work some different hours over the course of the next couple of days, maybe be off for the next couple of days, man. Just log in, check us out. If it's the first time, twitch.tv, hit the follow button. If it's youtube.com/ESPN 1320, hit the subscribe button. If you're watching right now, hit the thumbs up. But we were talking about the roster. We were getting different trade ideas here in the chat house and the whole deal. And I want to revisit that. I want to get to TC because I don't want to lose him. And I know he wants to ask what up with his 2 brothers. So let's get to our man TC here at 916-349-1320. TC, what's happening?
Yes, sir. My 2 brothers, man. What's up?
You know what it is.
Check it out. Hey, D-Lo, Damien, bro, you was right about your boy Luke. You was right. You said, man, we come in here Monday, we lose these 2 games, your boy gonna be out of here.
Yeah,
you was right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it took the direction was clear. Once that Athletic reported the direction was clear, and then the loss to Minnesota made things so much worse. So,
wow, getting beat down.
Yeah,
for sure. Hey, I got one more thing. So also, I don't understand why everybody. It's like mixed emotions, I guess, with the fan base. Some people are bad, some people aren't. I'm like, what? Like, why are you mad about Luke Walton getting fired? Like, what did he do to stay other than be a cool guy? You need a coach, not a cool guy. That's why nobody liked Jaeger, because he was a coach, not a cool guy. When you're a coach, you're successful. When you're a cool guy, you're stuck in a position that we are.
TC, let me ask you this before you get out of here, though. At one point, do you kind of look at these guys on the court? Because these guys, they're going on the 3rd coach now, and they haven't done anything. It don't matter if John Wooden, RIP, comes back and coaches this group. It doesn't seem like this is the group of guys to get it done. And I know Luke, like, he had to go just because that's the way that things go. When you're not winning, the coach gets fired. But I mean, this group, This group is not getting it done. Period.
They have no leader. Fox isn't a leader, bro. They need a leader. I told you guys before about the guy. He's just a guy. He's not a leader.
I hear you, TC.
Appreciate you, TC. Thank you, brother.
All right.
916-349-1320. If you want to get on these phone lines, as we mentioned, James Ham's going to join us coming up in about, I don't know, man, 30 minutes, 20 minutes, whenever the hell James Ham wants to click the button and log in, he definitely can. If you're watching and you want to connect with the show, Chat House is a great way to do it. I had mentioned we were kind of trading different trade proposals, jumping in here during that last commercial break. Would this season be different if the Kuzma deal had gone through? Now that I know that's an unfair question because that was draft day and it would have been Kuzma and we believe Montrezl Harrell, but it would have been gone. I don't know how that would have influenced the draft. I don't know how. I got to imagine it would have influenced free agency. I wonder how it would have affected, targets for DeLon Wright. I just imagine there would be other things that are different. It's unfair and a bit naive to think, well, look how well they're playing in Washington. They would have done that here. No, that's not how it works. But I do wonder how different things would have been had that deal gone through.
I wonder as well. I mean, I think it would have helped the team for sure. But I look back and I wonder, I don't know about this. I wonder if Kuzma comes, Montrezl Harrell comes, these guys, they play well, but De'Aaron continues to play the way he has. Would that change a whole lot? And I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure.
Why do you think De'Aaron is in this kind of funk?
You want to know really why I feel this way? Or why I think he's in it? I don't think he worked hard enough. I don't think he worked on his game enough. Okay. And this goes back to what you've heard me say it before, but when I talk about when I work with these kids, and trust me, De'Aaron Fox is an NBA player. He is far better than any kid that I've worked with. All right. So it's not an insult. But what I say all the time, I talk to these guys and I see him and I say, you've been working on your game? And what do they always tell me? Yeah, I've been working on my game. And I look at them like, we'll see. We'll see when you get out there. You can tell me whatever you want to tell me. When them lights turn on and you need to make shots or you need to get stops or you need to do whatever, I'll know how much you've been working. And look, it's not to say that De'Aaron's been sitting around getting fat all summer or doing anything like that. He's been in the gym plenty of times for sure, right? But has he been in the gym enough? I don't know. If I'm going by the numbers and the production, that tells me he hadn't been in the gym enough. Simple stuff like your three-point shooting or your free throw shooting not being they gotten worse. Mm-hmm. Like, how do they get worse? That means you might have put some muscle on or whatever the case you did. Like, he worked on his body and stuff like that, but did you do the right type of lifting that coincided with your basketball skills? I don't know. Maybe they did. Maybe whoever was teaching them was like, yeah, do it this way. But to me, it looks like he hadn't been working on his game enough. That's what it looks like to me. I could be wrong, man, but I'm just looking at it like what other, like, I don't really think it's like I don't know. I don't think it's like some kind of confidence issue or anything like that. It's confidence because you don't have confidence because you ain't been doing the work. The confidence comes when you've been putting in the work.
Okay, so let me counter that. And I'm not trying to compare the two players. I'm trying to compare the two situations.
Mm-hmm.
Dame Lillard struggled to start the season.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't a work ethic issue, though, right?
No, but
so
Dame
why
Lillard,
for De'Aaron was it a work ethic issue?
Dame Lillard is also kind of kicked out of it, right? Kind of. He's not what he used to be, but he's kind of kicked out of it.
But I understand. But my point to you is because I thought De'Aaron was too. I thought he was until Friday.
Yeah.
I thought he was starting to get you've been using a lot of numbers today. We go by the numbers. He's starting to kick out of it. He wasn't kicking out of it at the pace in which he did last year, in which not only did he kick out of it, he hit the 3 punches, the big boot, the leg drop, and was posing in the middle of the ring by the time it was all over. Like, he didn't get that far, but you started to see signs there. It's just I think the part that is going to leave Kings fans either frustrated or baffled. It was like, okay, De'Aaron had some more. But why were they in the Kings' worst games? It's like, because I'm very critical of the way Buddy Hield is covered and perceived. If you want to call Buddy Hield an elite shooter, that's fine. Like, you want to use numbers and point to all of that, that's fine. I also, I'm going to create something new here on D'Lo and KC. His eliteness is useless. Because how many times do we see what we saw? I think it was Friday, where he was like 0 of 10. He didn't hit anything for 3 freaking quarters. And then he hit like 3 or 4. And all of a sudden that percentage goes from 0 up to like 30 or 40 or like 32. And that brings his overall average on the year back up. And we're hung up on this. Oh, he's shooting 40%. He's elite. He's Steph. We're doing this nonsense over and over again when nothing he does amounts to wins. And when you look at 2 games directly, Portland, and I forgot the other one, I'm sorry. But Portland for sure. Maybe Phoenix. Did they beat Phoenix? Yeah, I think they were the last team to beat Phoenix. Buddy was directly responsible for the Kings winning those 2 games. There are also the two games in which he was very active all over the court. And this is where I think the Luke Walton thing comes back into play. If Alvin Gentry is of the mindset of Luke Walton that, green light, let him fire, let him fly, then it's gonna be a long year, bro. We're gonna be talking about the Bucks, the Nets, and the Dallas Mavericks in about 2 weeks. We're going to be asking we're the Kenny Caraway lottery draft rankings are a month away. Like, they're coming up here soon. But with like Buddy just doesn't do anything of significance that helps this team. If they can get him back to what he did in that game 1, get him back to what he did earlier in the season, where his game was a little bit more rounded and it wasn't live by the Buddy, die by the Buddy, and as James and Sean coined it, then I think we'd be in better shape. But for right now, and like, Buddy is the most if you want to call him elite, fine. He's the most useless elite shooter in the league. Because nothing he does has impact. Because he can't hit a shot in the flow of the game. He has to miss his first 6 or 7 or 8, which winds up being lost offensive possessions, which winds up putting your team in a deficit like they so regularly are this season. In a deficit, fighting out. It's why you've been, whatever. If he's coming off the bench doing that, cool. But now I got James Ham ringing in my head. Yeah, he's sucking the air out of the bench unit.
Right.
Oh, interesting, because Davion suddenly isn't good at this anymore. Davion suddenly can't play basketball. He's out that bench unit with Buddy. You can call Buddy whatever you want to, man. I call Buddy a tradable asset.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, and he's part of that core that's been around that hasn't done anything. And it's
whose feelings were hurt by Dave Yeager.
It's time to move on from some of these guys. I don't know which combination of guys it is. I'm not saying anything.
It ain't Rashawn. I know that. It ain't Tyrese, in my opinion.
No.
You can't sell me on Harrison Barnes either.
No,
so
no, you can't. I mean, look, if I had my way, if I had my choice, you'd move a guy like Buddy Hield and a guy like Marvin Bagley, who doesn't sit with the team anymore, and I'd get that out of the locker room. You know what I mean? And I'd get that out of the rotation, and I'd take my chances there. But like I said, they're not getting anything back. You know what I mean? They're not.
I think you could get something for Buddy.
You get something.
Well, I don't know. You're right. Yeah, I don't know that you could get anything. I don't think you're going to get a deal better than the one that you had.
Yeah. So, and so when I look at a guy like Buddy, or I look at Fox, and I feel like it shows me. I know you mentioned the Dame Lillard. That's a good comp. Dame Lillard he's kicked out of a little bit. It's not like he's balling right now, though. You know what I'm saying? So he hasn't played great. But Dame Lillard I don't know how much Dame Lillard worked this season as opposed to the past seasons because of Team USA. And, and he was out of his routine. So he gets out of Team USA, comes home. Does he, prepare the same way he did before he had to go to the Olympics? Maybe he hasn't. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't mean he hasn't done anything. And once again, that's what I'm saying with Fox. It doesn't mean he hasn't worked out at all. But this year was supposed to be a year where it looked like you take another step. You know what I mean? You or at the very least, you supplant yourself, as one of these top guards in here. And I wonder if he came in feeling like he was already there and he had it on autopilot and, he just did his 1-2 hours, kept it moving, or if he really put in the work and it's just an unfortunate situation. I don't know. But what it looks like to me is he left a little bit on the table and he's got to figure out a way to get that back.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We're so happy that you're here with us. James Ham, 1320 Kings Insider, and of course the Kings Beat's going to join us coming up in just a few minutes. Jason Jones of The Athletic is going to be with us in the 3 o'clock hour as well, and you're welcome to jump in on this conversation whenever you'd like. 916-349-1320. I think we got our man Mitch here. Mitch, what's happening?
Mitch.
What's up, fellas? All right, you and your family?
No, we're good, man. How you doing?
I'm pretty good. I'm not cooking, Glenn. That's been my only day off this week. I just came back from vacation, good and bad. I'll give you the good news only because, what can you do about the bad? I'm going to be a grandfather. First time.
Hey!
Can't wait.
Let's go.
For my daughter. No, she's going to be quite busy. I hope she realizes that. Well, I know this team shouldn't be below 500 with the talent that we have, just like the 49ers. How about the GM should pay with his job, too? Some of these draft choices. I know Luka won't be left down, so I won't say anything more about it. And one more thing. How about Bosa's having great games yesterday? Talk to you next week.
Okay.
Don't eat too much.
Have a great week. Have a happy Thanksgiving. Mitch.
Do you want to sort that out for me?
Well, there's a lot going on.
I think he mentioned did he mean Monty should be fired? And then he brought up Luka, but then he went to the Bosa brothers. I need someone help a brother out. like he was. You know what? Let's just. Our man Mitch is going to be a grandpa.
Congratulations to Mitch.
Let's rock with that.
Congratulations to him. He did mention, and this is just a little quick sidebar segue because we're getting James and we're getting Jason. There's not going to be a lot of 49ers talk going on the rest of the way. But he mentioned 97. And I saw an interesting stat earlier from 97. It said that he's the only NFL player this season with 10 sacks and 15 tackles for a loss.
Really?
And it says Nick Bosa is straight dominating for the 49ers. And it's interesting that that's the case because I haven't had that type of feeling watching him. But remember last week, I think our guy Akash had a stat that said last week he had 9 sacks. He was on pace for 16. I think he had 9. No, he was on pace for 16. I think he had 9 sacks his rookie year when we lost our mind about him.
Yeah.
And he's kind of
Offensive Player of the Year.
I don't know about all that, but he's a problem.
If not 97, then who?
Aaron Donald, best player in the NFL.
All right, please don't do this again.
But I mean, I didn't even notice it, but man, he kind of balling, man. He's kind of balling, at least statistically. And if they can get him, even cleaner looks, and he gets held a lot too. And he fights through it, keeps the motor going. They can keep him healthy and keep his production going. That'd be kind of crazy, man. I didn't realize he was statistically having that good of a season.
And the 49ers got back to 500 with that 30-20 win yesterday against the Jacksonville Jaguars. It's a 49ers Monday brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com. You mentioned James Ham. He'll be with us coming up here pretty shortly, probably about 15-20 minutes or so. James will be with us. Jason Jones. In the next hour, as everyone is well aware of, Luke Walton fired yesterday as the Sacramento Kings head coach. Now, Alvin Gentry is stepping in to the head coaching role. Rico Hines has been moved up from the second row of the bench to the front row of the bench. We're going to talk a lot about all of this stuff when James joins us coming up here this hour. I do want to mention something about Alvin Gentry because Jason brought him up, and I feel like James said something similar last week, and we'll revisit it when James joins us. But I feel like we've already given Alvin a little bit too much criticism. Like the whole Alvin's been here. It's like, yeah, your voice is different when you're the assistant coach versus when you're the head coach. Like they're not the same. Your role is different. Your voice is different. And 1 + 1, your impact is different. I think it's unfair to talk about Alvin being here. This is his offense. This is his this is his that. And then go like, how are things going to be different? Well, I don't know if things are going to be different, but Alvin's role is going to be very different tonight versus Philadelphia versus what it was Saturday against Utah. And just because he was on the bench, just because he was in the organization, just because he was a coach, I think it's unfair to be like, well, how come he didn't do something already?
Right.
Well, that's not his role. His role is to work with Luke to execute what Luke wants. His voice is different. His role is different. Thus, his impact is different. And I think that assumption on some people's part is a bit unfair.
Yeah, and I don't know how that works in an NBA locker room, but I know I've been an assistant coach on different, like high school teams or travel teams or something like that, and been an assistant. And there may have been things that I would have done differently. I would have gone about it a different way, but it wasn't my place to say something.
Yeah.
My place was the head coach felt like this is the way that we wanted to go. He asked for my input, but at the end of the day, it was his decision. And if that's the direction that he wanted to go with a certain scheme or rotation or whatever the case may be, my job was to figure out how to make that work. You know what I'm saying? So if I did take over that team, if this was an NBA situation, I took over that team, I'd be like, all right, now I'm going to implement some of the things that I wanted to do that it wasn't really my place to just put in there myself. He couldn't have that type of outlook on it. I'm not sure. I hope something changed. People, I tweeted yesterday, I was like, well, maybe this will have the same impact for the Kings that it did on the Hawks last year. And some people took it way too seriously, and some people thought I was being a jackass. It was somewhere in the middle. Like I
definitely thought you were being a jackass.
Well, I absolutely.
I thought you were purposely.
I don't expect it. No. I wasn't being a jackass at all. I don't expect it to happen, but I don't know. Maybe it might. Maybe it might. I hope it. I absolutely hope it does. I know I'm not alone in that.
Yeah.
But maybe it will be better. Like I said, I don't expect it, but what else am I gonna do now? But hope.
What am I gonna do now, huh?
Oh,
it's all messed up. It's all messed up now. What am I gonna do now? Hey, come on. Miss you, Luke. Tim Maxwell's latest gem here on Twitter in 2016. Luke Walton left the Golden State Warriors. The Warriors won the NBA Finals the following year. In 2019, Luke Walton left the Los Angeles Lakers. The Lakers won the NBA Finals the following year. In 2021, Luke Walton left the Sacramento Kings. ...
Make room for that banner.
Let's go, baby. Start planning the parade. Start planning the parade. J Street, baby, J Street. I see James talk to De'Aaron Fox. I would play that live.
Yeah, you know.
But we know better. Yeah. We know better. You got to tune into the commercial break to hear what De'Aaron Fox had to say at Shoot Around, because we're definitely not going to that live again. Like De'Aaron's
learned our lesson.
We indeed have.
No, and I was just gonna say this. And let's be perfectly clear. I want to reiterate this because people get it misconstrued all the time. I'm absolutely hoping for the best for De'Aaron Fox. Like, I want him.
I don't think anybody thinks otherwise. Well, one guy thinks otherwise, but
you never know. But
one guy does.
I hope that he's able to turn this around. I don't think that he's, some kind of leader or he can be the best player. Man, make me look foolish, please. Like, go off and kill. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want him to be a good ball player. I still think he has a tremendous amount of talent. I don't like his passive nature, but maybe this is the wake up call for him to I got to step it up. I got to do more. I want nothing but great things for De'Aaron Fox. You know what I'm saying? And I believe in his talent. I believe in the skills that he possesses. I want to see him turn it around. So a lot of people when they get into this, Twitter and even in the media sometimes, and they I don't know if they get jaded or what. Man, I'm still a fan of De'Aaron Fox, and I hope he can turn this thing around. Right now, I don't like how he's playing. I think it's below his standards. You know what I'm saying? I think he's better than that, and I hope he turns it around, man.
Okay. I want to step out, come back. A lot more to talk about with this. James Ham's going to join us, and I want to ask you about someone who was not named the interim head coach. Talk to you about DC, Doug Christie. We'll do that next here on this 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore. 49ers back at 500 after the win yesterday. And we're back with more of D'Lo and KC next on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Let's see.
There we go.
Sacramento's #1 sports station. That's not what we want. Let's get rid of. Just trying to keep appreciate y'all hitting the thumbs up and voting on the poll, man. That's good stuff right there. Let's see. See what De'Aaron said.
You just got to keep on pushing. Obviously, we have some guys that have been through it in the middle of the season before, but you can't go into the game, worry about what happened. We still got games to play. We still have plays to run. So we still go in there and just got to be ready to play.
Yesterday, the news comes out. Just what was the reaction? Was it much of a shock to you guys?
Things happen, obviously, and, we didn't start the way that we wanted to, but
we'll get back to that. I just realized I'm messing up your show.
That's what if you need a break.
Yeah, no, I need a break. I definitely do. I was like, man, I got to go to the bathroom. What's going on here? I was like, oh.
The body clock is spoken.
Like, hey, the body clock's like, hey, man, what are you doing?
There we go. 13th round here with your main man, Kenny Caraway, and we're coming off a big welterweight clash and a big welterweight TKO as Terrence Bud Crawford took out Sean Porter in round, I think it was 10 of their fight on Saturday night. Sean Porter was doing some really good things. At the time, I had Sean Porter up, I think it was 87, 86, but Bud was starting to close the gap. Bud was starting to go into those championship rounds and try to take over. And he did just that, a big knockdown of Sean Porter. And then after that, he came right back with the TKO that forced Kenny Porter, Sean's trainer, Sean's dad, to throw in the towel. I'm sitting there like, Kenny, what are you doing? What are you doing? Let that man go. But Kenny said after the fight, he didn't think he prepared well enough. He didn't think he was ready for an onslaught that was coming from Bud. And Bud Crawford defended his WBO welterweight title and proved why he's one of the best fighters in the world. Look, I may not like the opponents that he's had to face. I may not think that they've been up to par, but that doesn't remain. My eyes don't lie to me. I look at this guy's skill set. I look what he can do in the ring. My eyes don't lie. He's one of the great fighters in the world. Now, the time is for Bud to take on Errol Spence. He said in the press conference following the fight, he was leaving top rank. Bob Arum was sitting right next to him. He said, Bob couldn't get me the fight when he was with top rank with Errol Spence. How am I going to expect him to get me the fight when I'm not with top rank? So I'm going to go on and do my own thing. I'm going to do what I have to do, and I want the best fights. I want to fight Errol Spence, and that's what we all want to see. That has the possibility not only to be one of the great fights of our generation, a top tier fight, like a 1 versus 2, 2 versus 3, whatever you want to say type matchup, that has the possibility to be one of the great trilogies of this generation. If they can just get in the ring and get it done. I'm hoping next spring, with Bud being off of Top Rank, he can come over to PBC and we can make this happen. Everybody eats. That's going to be one of the great fights of this generation if we can get there. I love to see it. I still got Errol Spence winning that fight, but Terrence Bud Crawford, that's a bad man. Congratulations to him on his win on Saturday night, and that's the 13th round. So here's the deal. I don't begrudge anybody or think anybody's crazy for thinking Bud would beat Spence. I mean, it's 100% logical. Like he's a great fighter. I think Spence would beat Bud, but I understand anybody that says Bud will win that one. He left because there was a trash stoppage. That was a trash stoppage. Errol ready. Errol ready. Let's go. Get one fight in. Maybe you guys fight in the summer. Maybe Errol get one fight in, then he can fight. Yeah, it really could, man. Them two, they can fight 3 fights and get my money all 3 times. Bro, that was Terrence Crawford who signed with Top Rank. But Errol Spence was right there on PBC, ready to go. Bud's the one that extended his contract with Top Rank. Now he didn't do that. So now let's see what he does.
Appreciate y'all being with us. No, many of you are on vacation this week, but you're still tapped in to hang with D-Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320 on YouTube and on Twitch.
I think I've said this before, but they're like, oh boy, the fly is back. I got him.
Kenny's one-man war against this fly all day has just been spectacular.
Man, and he comes in here
trying winning, by the way. He's winning. You got to do a 13th round.
Yeah, he's taking my punches right now.
You got to do a 13th round on KC versus the fly.
I'm gonna stop him though. I will stop him. It's gonna get ugly too.
At the rate we're going, I don't believe it. I do not believe that it's gonna happen.
But I've talked about a number of times. You talk about like being on vacation and stuff. Boy, nothing beats a schedule working for a school. I remember when I was working for a school, and we get all the days off the kids do. So they be out for their Thanksgiving break. Yeah, get the Thanksgiving. Oh yeah, I'll see you guys next week. Yeah, I'm off on Monday and all this other stuff. And then Christmas. Oh my gosh, 2.5 weeks. Crazy Christmas and New Year's. Then I went back and got a job outside of the educational field. Mm-hmm. They're like, yeah, you guys make your choice. Do you want to be here half a day on Christmas Eve or on New Year's Eve? I said half a day. I shouldn't be here at all for 2 weeks. I need to get out of this system. It was a major shock. If you ever work in the educational system, to try and go back to the real world is just crazy.
Try working in the sports world where there's a game in which the team you cover gets blown out on Friday, gets their ass whooped again on Saturday, and then fires their head coach on Sunday. There's your weekend right there, pal. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Right. It was hard. It was hard making time to watch some.
Oh, it's live, pal.
It was hard making time for some movies this weekend.
Yeah,
after all that.
Shout out to you. Well, first of all, let's go back to Friday. Because shout out to my man Nolan. I met Nolan at the game on Friday. He says he's a big fan of D-Lo and KC, man. Big ups to him, man. If he's checking out, so shout out to Nolan. And then shout out to you, Damien, because Damien hit me up yesterday. He was like, yo, man, you want to do this show for Monty's press conference. Couldn't do it. Had the birthday party for Reese. And he said, don't worry about it. I got it, or whatever the case may be. But and I did. I went back and watched. Shout out to Damien. Looked very, very dapper. I like the attire. I like everything that he was saying. Big ups to him. But you talk about not having time to watch movies. This is one weekend, maybe because the Kings were so out of it. I got a chance to watch not one, but 2 movies.
I did too.
In the last episode of BMF.
Okay.
This is a crazy TV watching for me. I usually don't do this, and I feel bad because there was some college basketball games I probably should have watched yesterday.
I completely forgot about BMF in the season finale, so I'll get to that one following the game tonight. Yeah, right. I'll get it tomorrow. I'll get it tomorrow. But I watched Red Notice and King Richard this week.
King Richard, how'd you like King Richard?
Loved it.
Yeah,
loved it. Yeah, I've read some weird takes on that movie.
Oh, me too.
I've read some really weird takes on that movie, but I found it extraordinary. And I also took, I don't know, 5 minutes to find out who was behind the movie and who pushed the direction of the movie. Literally took me 5 minutes to find this. But there is some,
if that,
there is a such thing as too woke.
Yes.
And
absolutely.
Search King Richard and some of the reviews on that, and the people who write these are just hysterical. Oh, I saw this one tweet. I have to share the one tweet, and then we James Ham's going to join us any minute, and you'll hear what De'Aaron Fox had to say at Shoot Around. Jesse previewed it. It's safe as safe can be. I saw, and I hope people feel understand what I mean here. Someone screenshotted this series of tweets. It was, I don't know who the young lady is, but she must work for a media outlet. She's got the check mark and the whole deal. And she had some engagement on this tweet. And it was, I can't believe they chose to make this movie about a man instead of these two black queens who turned out to be the greatest of all time. This movie should have been about them and not about some man. And of course, it was a white woman who tweeted this. And it was like, lady, that was the direction of Venus and Serena.
Yes. Like, they low-key made the movie.
Like what?
They made the movie.
Put on Oprah and Will Smith. Within the first 5 minutes, they talk about that. But man, these people had to get their columns off, and it was like,
they had to get their columns off.
Y'all too woke for me.
And they all ended with the quote, "It derives from the Latin word jalapeno."
It's every article on King Richard.
Allow me to expose my colon once again.
Yeah.
The ramification inflicted on the incision placed within the fallopian cavities serves to be holistic, taken from the Latin word jalapeno.
There it is. Yeah. There it is.
Right. Oh, let's go. Now, I will say this. I saw a movie that wasn't nearly as impactful as King Richard, but it was good nonetheless. Leonard, I went and watched Ghostbusters. Now,
I got to be honest. I didn't know that movie existed until
I didn't know it existed until like Wednesday of last week when we got the tickets. But I'm not really like Ghostbusters like that. So there was a lot of nods to the original that like I may have seen the original Ghost, but I don't remember it at all. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. But
Ray Parker Jr.
That
was heat.
But then I did see, forgive me if I got this name wrong, because I don't even know the official title, but Shang-Chi, is that what it is? The Marvel movie?
Oh, I don't know if that's the name. I've heard,
really,
I've heard it was really good.
They did their thing with that one. That was some good stuff. But I guess I did also make a phone call this weekend, and Cheryl L. Grove says, you made time to call me and defend Luke being fired. That's not what happened, Cheryl. That's not what happened.
Well, Cheryl from Elk Grove says differently, and I know who I'm going to believe. Here's De'Aaron Fox at Shoot Around today, courtesy of 1320 Kings insider James Ham, who's going to join us in just a minute.
I mean, you just got to keep on pushing. Obviously, we have some guys that have been through it in the middle of the season before, but you can't go into the game, worry about what happened. We still got games to play. We still have plays to run. So we still go in there and just got to be ready to play.
Yesterday, this comes out. Just what was the reaction? Was it much of a shock to you guys?
I mean, things happen, obviously, and, we didn't start the way that we wanted to, but a bit of a shock. Like I said, we got to keep pushing and keep playing.
Just the way that this last couple of, like the last week and a half, 2 weeks, How do you guys snap out of that? And does a new voice potentially help with that?
Yeah, I think sometimes it can. But for us, we have to be able to finish plays. We're getting a stop and giving up offensive rebound, and I think a lot of times teams have been scoring off second chance points and things like that. So for us, we just have to be locked in and be ready to play.
Do you even know what to expect from how much changes there can be, considering? I mean, obviously Alvin has been here; it's been his offense.
Obviously, I think some things have changed, but I don't think it's going to be like a big overhaul. But like I said, for us, it's just being ready to play. At the end of the day, that's what matters, if we have a coaching change or not.
De'Aaron, you guys had a conversation yesterday as a team. Just how did that go? Was there anything you can share from that?
I don't like talking about things that we talk about, but like I said, a vast majority of the things is just us going out there and playing the right way.
You guys over the past few weeks had really kind of put it on.
So there's De'Aaron Fox. We'll kind of leave it at that as we welcome in 1320 Kings Insider James Ham. James, we're literally just listening to you and your work over there at Shoot Around. What was your impression talking to De'Aaron today, who hasn't been very vocal in the last couple of games?
Yeah, I think he was better today. I think he was better on Saturday night. He was not great the previous two games before that.
Yeah.
And I think the weight of everything that was going on had got under, I don't know, had him down. I don't want to say got under his skin. I think he was a bit overwhelmed coming into Saturday night. I think like, sorry if you're out there, Barf Guy, but Barf Guy, he lightened the mood so much on Saturday night that I'm not even. It was kind of of a surprise on Sunday morning when they actually fired Walton. But even like that night, I think De'Aaron was in a much better mental spot after having like a moment of levity there on the court where somebody hurled all over the place and stopped the game, and just like the reaction from everybody. I thought he was better today. He has a long way to go. I know not everyone shares my opinion. He doesn't have to be a rah-rah leader. He has to be a leader, but I don't think he has to be the voice of the Sacramento Kings. He certainly needs to, play better if he's going to be the face of the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah. Friday night was such a bizarre night. Like Damien pointed out and tweeted out, we didn't think we were going to see Luke on Saturday. I had tweeted out, I don't know how you make it out of this. And, compounding all that is De'Aaron's interview on Friday. Now, we only saw a snippet, or at least I only saw a snippet. Was the entire interview that way, or was that just a bad part of that interview?
No, I don't know how much of the snippet you saw, but there wasn't much to it. We waited for a long time to get him, and then when he came in, there wasn't that much there. He was angry and frustrated. And so like I want to blow him up for that sometimes, because I know that that's what happened. A lot of people were very upset with just his approach.
Mm-hmm.
But I think everybody who's in a situation like this, like there's a big time here we go again moment that's happened with this team. And I feel like that is something that it seeps in quietly, and then it's there and it's on you, and you're caught up in the moment of, I cannot believe we're in this situation again. I mean, as someone who covers his team, I get that moment where I want to like walk out of the media room and put a hole in a wall, where it's like, I can't believe we're in this situation again, because it's not fun to cover when it happens like this, when it spins out like this and you see everything coming unglued. I'll be honest with you. Friday night, in the back of my mind, I thought we might have a first in Sacramento. And I kind of got the feeling that there was a possibility that Monty McNair would walk in to post game and not Luke Walton. And it didn't work out that way. But I kind of got the feeling, okay, this is a bad situation. I didn't expect it Saturday morning, because if you're gonna replace a coach, there's no reason to just pen a loss on him instantly, because everyone knows it doesn't matter how good the Sacramento Kings played on Saturday night, you're still probably going to lose to that team. That team is, not only are they exceptional and are they like 12 deep of really, really good veteran NBA players, they're just a really bad matchup for the Kings. And so I expected them to lose, even to lose by 18. That really wasn't an 18-point loss in my mind. That was a 4-point game going into the fourth quarter that had some weirdness in the beginning of the quarter and then had this like ridiculous 20-minute delay where, I mean, they're mopping stuff up and like a dude staggering off the floor. It was a weird night. It was a weird night. Yeah.
This is a hot mess.
I said that, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a hot. Well, he stood up and like his back was to us. Just so people know, we're up. I think we're in 104, looking down onto those guys, and all we could see was his back, and it was like, what's going on? Then the scoreboard inadvertently caught him throwing up everywhere because there was some commotion. So the in-stadium camera sort of was bouncing around, getting people yelling and cheering. And then it panned down to this guy who is just sitting there and then leans over and you're like, oh, that doesn't look good. And then he leans over and starts puking again. He had already covered everywhere. So when he stood up, we were kind of like, oh, we heard the groan. You look up, you see him hurling on the big screen. And then you look down, and you're like, oh, I see him. He stood up, and that poor guy, first of all, he didn't want to get up. And then his buddy, like, come on, you got to get up. You got to get up, and is dragging him out of his seat. He stood up, and he's covered from head to toe in puke. I mean, he didn't just like hit the court. It was all over him. His pants were covered. It was so bad. And then he's staggering off the court, and everybody's like, oh my gosh, he's going to fall. I thought he was going to fall into the Jazz bench. And then,
that would have been great.
Yeah. And then there's a lip coming off the court, going from the court down to the cement. I thought he was going to bail. I thought he was going to fall into fans. Larry, the amazing usher, is right there in the corner. I thought he was going to run into Larry. No one wanted to touch him. The security guard didn't want any part of him because the guy's covered in vomit. And then his buddy is walking out in front of him, and he's trying to reach out and kind of like grab his buddy's shoulders to like steady himself and get off the court. It was bad. I mean, I think most people have had a bad night here or there when it comes to alcohol, but not like that. Not in, I don't know, $1,200 seats, whatever those were. Even if you got them at a discount, those were still expensive seats. And the other thing is, it's directly across from Vivek Ranadive. So that was one of those moments where it's so representative of what we've seen for the last 15 years. Just like someone did performance art right there on the court. That's what it was. It was like, oh, okay. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. I mean, the basketball could have done the same thing. It didn't have to all be alcohol. It definitely could have done the same thing. So yeah, it was just a weird night, the whole night. So Saturday night, but that brought some levity in the media room. So when we were waiting for players and coaches, we were laughing hysterically. There were quite a few like inside jokes and just some funny moments while we were waiting for players. So maybe we weren't as far on top of guys as we normally would have been, like we were on Friday night. But at the same time, I think we all needed that because, again, these things, when they spin out like this and you see it coming and there's a freight train coming and like there's nothing you can do to pull someone out and away from it. It's hard on everybody in the room because your content is bad. The players, even if they don't mean to, some of them just look so bad because of their reaction or the way they're talking or just, their refusal to like really give you anything. It comes across in such a bad way, which is, I think, a lot of what people saw with Fox. That's just some people deal with stress that way. They don't deal with it well. And it was a stressful situation.
1320 Kings Insider James Ham with us, of course, host of the tremendous Kings Beat podcast as well, in the Kings Beat newsletter. Here's what if they had won? What if they beat Utah? You mentioned it was a 4-point game going into the fourth quarter. What if they won?
I don't think he gets fired. I don't. I know that sounds crazy, but that doesn't mean he doesn't get fired, tomorrow. Like it would have depended on what happened. So
they've been. I feel like they've been waiting for this, particularly especially once that athletic report dropped. They were just waiting for the right moment to do this. And when they lost to Minnesota, I think that was the beginning of, okay, let's get out of this road trip and start to figure this out.
They thought. I think you're probably right. I think the decision was probably made. What is that, Wednesday? But I think there was a small possibility that, like, look, if you can win on Friday in front of the home crowd and we can avoid the booze and we can avoid the chaos, and then that's not what happened. And then the fans started to fire Luke Walton in the middle of the fourth. And then you got to Saturday night. And to be honest with you, Saturday night, it was a lot louder. It was a lot more people. So even if it may not have seemed that way because of the extended delay, there were plenty more people. It echoed. The first night, it was one section that was over by the Kings bench. Then on Saturday night, it was a good portion of fans. They started booing in the opening of the fourth quarter when, and again, like you go back to that, it was just the little tiny things that the Kings do that make mistakes, and a team like Utah makes you pay every time. It was back-to-back threes and like a putback, and it was over. The game was over. And so, yeah, it just wild. But I've been through this so many times. I think Alvin Gentry is my 8th coach in 12 years.
Wow.
So
Congratulations.
Westfall, Smart, Malone, Corbin, Carl, Yeager, Walton, and now Gentry.
I don't know what kind of gift to give you for your 8th coach. There's got to be some way. We'll mark the 10th one. James. We'll mark the 10th one.
Yeah, when's that count? Next year, the year after?
You're certainly. I'm gonna guess you're gonna get a 9th one.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to give Alvin Gentry a shot here. They're going to give him a shot, and they converted his assistant coach job directly to a head coaching job, and his job next season, he's under contract for 1 more year. So if they put in an accelerator and then it goes back down to an assistant salary, that's one thing. But typically in these situations, agents won't do that. So it's like, look, if you're giving him the job, you're giving him the job. So if they let him go at the end of this season, then you could be looking at maybe, like we heard that there's incentives, right, for him to get the job for next year. Maybe those incentives are what triggers his salary next season to be a head coaching salary and not a assistant coach salary, because there's a huge difference there. And if he gets bumped up to a head coaching salary and then you fire him this summer, and you have to pay Walton's 5.75, and then whatever you're giving Gentry, whether that's 2.5 or 3 or 4, whatever, all of a sudden that becomes a really, really expensive year next year, where you're upwards of, $12-15 million when you factor in another new coach. Yeah. And so,
they could be paying 3 head coaches next year. That is phenomenal. Plus Vlade.
Hey, they've done that though. They've done that. So that's the funny thing about when Michael Malone got fired, they installed Ty Corbin in, and then he was an interim coach. So I made some calls and I'm like, hey, when is the interim tab getting pulled? And inside the franchise was like, well, we'll wait and see. Right. That's not what I got from the outside. From the outside, I got, he already got his contract 2 weeks ago. He's no longer the interim. He has a contract for this year and next year. And it's like, wait a sec. So I went back to the organization and said, hey, this is what I was just told. And they were like, oh, no, Ty Corbin's, he's just an interim this year and next year. And with an assistant salary for the next year. And I went to them. I said, that is not what I have been told. You need to get back to me on this. They called me back and said, yeah, Pete D'Alessandro did that without telling anyone. So yes, he is. And then, so they had Malone's salary. They fired Malone. I think he had 2 years left. They fired Ty Corbin. Ty Corbin had the remainder of that season and the next season because they bumped him up. And then they hired George Karl, who did not make it through the next season, or he did make it through, but for no reason. And then, so you got to a point where they were literally paying at least 2 or 3 coaches at one time, and then had to hire another coach, and then hired Yeager. So yeah, it's not good. It's not good business.
So James, and we'll there's some more things that maybe we can get into with the coaching situation. But for me, I've talked about it earlier, and these players, man, I said earlier, there are guys that I think individually are good ball players. You know what I mean? They're good. They can go somewhere else and do just fine. They're not bad guys. They're not bad teammates. Nothing like that. But when you talk about this core, and I was looking specifically at guys that have been here for a little while: Barnes, Holmes, Fox, Buddy. As a group, they're not good, and they don't bring out the best in each other. That doesn't mean they hate each other or nothing like that. They just don't bring out the best in each other. And a lot of these guys, that core, is going on their third coach now and still subpar play. Different styles, different demeanors of the coaches, all different. Yeah, it's these same guys who are here. And this isn't to say, this isn't to say that they're bad, but they don't seem to work together. What's your thought on the players' role in all this?
Yeah, I don't know if you heard. I asked the first question in McNair's press conference yesterday. He gave his opening statement, and then I asked the first question. And it was not, no one had hit the mute button on the Zoom. So I'm not sure that everyone heard that first question. I did put it out on my Twitter feed. And I specifically said, look, the players just quit on themselves. They just quit on each other. They just quit on Walton. They quit on the franchise. That's a much bigger problem than any head coach. What are you going to do about the players? And Monty skated the question, just avoided it. Like he just ducked right around it, started talking about going 5-4. And that's the team they think they are. And that's not the team they are on Sunday. That's not who they were that day. So I don't care who you think they were after 9 games. That's not who they are now. Now they're a team that once again has shown that they will let go of the rope, that they will not support each other, that they will not do the right things on the court that will help each other win. And it's not that you're losing by 5 points or someone hits a buzzer beater and you lose. You just lay down like 2 or 3 times at home by almost a 20-point margin. I mean, you're getting beat. You're not like barely losing. This has got to one of those, points where it's ugly. And that's not what this team should be. And if that is who they are, then somebody needs to make some major changes. And that somebody is Monty. And if it's not Monty, if he can't do it, it's got to be someone else. This thing has to change. And the players might have like 5 or 10 games here to show that that's not who they are. After that, you take a cleaver to this roster between December 15th and February or whatever it is.
Yeah, that I want to talk more about that date, December 15th. And I want to talk about someone who didn't get the interim coaching job. Doug Christie. I know you referenced that on the Kings Beat podcast, and we'll talk about that. There's a lot more ahead here as 1320 Kings insider James Ham joins us on this 49ers Monday. It's brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore, but we're coming back and we're talking Kings here on ESPN 1320. All right.
I'll be right back.
Okay. That was a good podcast. I enjoyed I enjoyed you guys just talking, eating, and you guys got a great rapport, man.
I dig it. I really do.
And I also dug listening to the music in the background.
Yeah, so
just faintly could kind of pick it up.
Yeah, and some people have complained like on Twitter, and I'm like,
that's crazy.
Are you kidding me?
Crazy.
And they have to understand there's nothing we can do. Like I went from the press conference straight to channel 13. And then I don't know if you've ever made that trip from downtown to channel to over to
it's West Sac.
Yeah, but
by IKEA.
If you go out and around the freeway, that's what I would have done. But I used Waze and it took me on this back little road. So as opposed to getting on 5, there's another exit that goes to down to, it says West Sac. So I took that. Then it took me across this old rusty bridge.
Oh yeah.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
I'm driving on that bridge, and a guy with a big old dually pickup got too close, and we hit mirrors on the
Oh
bridge.
jeez.
Shattered my mirror on my van, but that's how close we came. So close, we sideswiped mirrors, and I'm on my way over there to and I got a mirror dangling and hanging off. I'm like, oh! So I had to run over there, and then I did the hit with them. Then I had to go back to the arena. By that time, they had kicked Sean out, so we've got nowhere to do the pod, and we can't sit. There's too many variables out there at the
Mhm.
Doco.
Yeah.
There's some odd ducks. There are guys who ride by on bikes with like boom boxes strapped all to them with loud, crazy music. They're weird people.
Yeah.
So we have to find somewhere to sit. And we were going to go back to Yard House, and Yard House was packed. And so we got on the list there, but I'm like, let's try this little wine bar. And
Mhm.
man, at Vine and Grain, what a cool spot. And it's right across from Yard House, but we were just sitting there and chilling. They could have turned the music down a little bit, but I don't think they figured out how to do it. And we just sat there. I had a glass of wine. Sean
It
couldn't
was
drink.
far from a bother. I just got a kick out of it. But I love I thought it was great. I thought the podcast was really good. All episodes have been really good, but
Thanks,
I
dude.
enjoyed this one.
Yeah, we're building. I like Sean and I have a good rapport. And I was saying this to someone earlier. Like, I've known Sean for a long time. We know each other really, really well. I didn't know how what his approach would be to podcast form, because like I talk to him all I know how he talks, but when you turn the mic on, you kind of worry that someone's gonna not be as authentic with what they're saying. And now he's saying things that I did not believe he would say. And it opens the door for me to say other things that I typically wouldn't say, or bring up things that I might not bring up. And so I think that that's the element that people are getting. It's two guys that know way too much that are like, let's roll.
Yeah, it's good stuff. If you guys are on YouTube, hit the thumbs up, please. There's over 300 people watching just on YouTube alone. So if you're in there, could you hit the thumbs up? And if you're new to the channel, hit the subscribe button as well. Kenny and I are here Monday through Friday, noon to 4, and we post tons of other content to the page as well. So hit the subscribe button if you haven't, and hit the thumbs up as well. We're coming back now. It's 49ers Monday, brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at 1866 Go City 6. 49ers get back to 500 after the win yesterday against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Yeah. But the story today is the Sacramento Kings moving on from Luke Walton. Alvin Gentry stepping in as the interim head coach. He'll coach his first game tonight at the Golden One Center against the Philadelphia 76ers. 1320 Kings insider James Ham with us here on Twitch, YouTube, the Odyssey app, and of course on 1320 AM. James, I do want to talk about Alvin Gentry, but I want to talk about a guy who we all know very well, whose name was mentioned a bit to my surprise by Adrian Wojnarowski early in this process yesterday afternoon, and that was Doug Christie. I know you shared a couple of stories on the Kings Beat podcast, but how close do you think Doug was to getting this interim job?
Man, I don't know. To be honest with you, when Woj starts tweeting stuff, then it's at least, I had started hearing that a couple of days earlier that Doug was being considered. I've had conversations with Doug because Doug and I worked together for a long time. We're close. I'm not going to divulge what any of those discussions were with Doug, because those are off the record conversations with a friend. But at the same time, my advice is what I've told you guys. I think Doug can be a really good head coach in this league. He's just not ready that. And that there's nothing wrong with not being ready. And there's nothing he could do to be ready faster. You have to be inside of an organization doing things. nonstop. Like I think that some people say, well, some guys just go straight from the NBA right to a head coach. Well, that's different. That's not the same thing, because Doug's career as a player ended, 15 years ago. So while he's been doing radio and he's been doing television over the last 5 or 6 years, he had not been in that locker room doing the things that you do. Like, there's just such a different thing that you have to be when you're a head coach. You have to be able to manage all the personalities. You've got to be able to, but it's even more than that. There's structures to the situation. You need to know when you're practicing. You need to set up timelines. You need to have a practice schedule, like what we're going to do every 5 minutes. What does a walkthrough look like? And Doug has been back in the building doing that for 17 games. So that's just not enough time to get sort of your flow with like what it means to be a coach, because we're not even talking about what happens when you go to the media room after. Like, that's another part of your job. So it's probably not just as much as like, how do you talk to the players? How do you talk to the media? How do you talk to, management and manage all of this stuff? It's more basic, like how much time do you have to talk to your players after a game before you've got to run and talk to media? By the time you get back to the locker room, is anyone still going to be in there? When do you fit in a conversation with your coaches? How do we manage what's going to happen for the game tomorrow? That's what I'm talking about. There's
being a coach is a lot more than just coaching.
There's a lot more than standing out there with tie on and yelling and screaming at players. It's a lot more to it.
Now it's a crew neck, as Kenny will point out. You stand out there in a crew neck sweatshirt.
That was, like I said yesterday, the straw that broke the camel's back. When they came out in that Utah game in crew necks, please, time to move on.
Kenny is not a fan of the lax dress code for the NBA coaches.
I need the Armani suits back, baby. Come on.
Yeah, and look, again, I think Doug can be that guy. I do. And I think Bobby Jackson is down at the G League level. He's learning what it means to take on all of those responsibilities and having to manage all of these personalities, all these people, the training staff. A head coach has to manage. If you get two trainers that get into a fight or an argument, like, a lot of times that it's on you to go and let's have a conversation. Do I need to let go of somebody? Even the Monty situation, we talked about this on the podcast. Monty's a bright guy. He's a guy who, he has an incredible Ivy League, schooling, and he grew up in the Houston Rocket system, but he had to fire somebody yesterday. And there's possibilities that Monty McNair never fired someone before, and that's hard. And so, when you see him come in and his eyes are a little red, and even Luke, we saw that on Friday. I think Friday is the night that Luke knew things were going completely south. He was pretty visibly different. But even with Monty, I think that there's something to that. There's such a human element that no one wants to talk about. And a lot of it is just basics. Like, you've never fired someone. Even if he has fired someone, how many? Have you done it twice over 30 years or, however long his work history is? Or have you done it many, many times? Because I've done it many times, and you get callous to it, and you have an understanding that it's either him or her or you. Like, someone has made a mistake and they've got to go. And if you don't take care of that, then it's going to come back to haunt you, and you'll be the one who gets fired. But in that situation, I think people need to look at maybe a slightly bigger picture of this, back out just a little bit and go, okay, there are a lot of things in play in this whole situation.
James, we're about to go there. Okay. You think you and Sean go there? Oh no, we're about to go there. Now, let me know if you don't want to go there, but
it's too late now. You've already started.
We hear the reports of Doug Christie. And then, I listened to the King's Beat podcast. Shout out to the King's Beat, doing a great job. Yesterday, the vibe was so thick, at the place that you guys were at. I heard Aaliyah rock the boat in the background. I mean, the vibes were crazy on that King's Beat podcast. I loved it. You guys alluded to the fact that there were people in the decision-making process who really did want Doug Christie right now. And we're vouching for that. who's making decisions around here? Let's go into in your opinion, from everything you know, who is part of this decision-making process? Because if I go to David Field, CEO of Odyssey, and I said, David Field, this is who you should be your CFO. All right, you got an opening. This is who it should be. He'd be like, that's nice, radio guy in Sacramento. Move on. But it could be reported that Kenny wanted Doug Christie, or there's people in the organization who wanted Doug Christie to be part of the head coach, but I had no sway, right? I got no say so. So who knows, that reporting can go so sideways. When you talk about these type of reports, who is the brain trust? Who's making these decisions right now, or a part of it, I should say?
Well, to me, like, this one is out of left field. Like, I don't even know how else to put it, because I think what it does, this one more than any of the others, probably exposes the people that have been around long enough to really know who Doug is as a person. Because Monty and Wes Wilcox and Ken Cantnell, Ken's been here a long time, but that group they haven't been here that long. So while Doug is a former player and they remember who Doug was, maybe as a player, I mean, even what is Monty, 36? So when Monty was in his early 20s, Doug was finishing up his career. They might know who Doug is, but that tells me that there's someone else behind the scenes that's pushing somebody. And when it gets out, it's almost like Doug wasn't going to get the job, but we're going to put it out there because that's what's next. That we're going to put it out there because that's sort of like, well, he was in the discussion last time, right? So that's where I've got to start wondering, like, why is it out there? Who put it out there? I've got to do some more research on it, but the fact that it didn't just become like a known thing in Sacramento behind the scenes, that reporters murmured to each other that our sources had said this, or Doug's name's been added to it. The fact that it got to the Wojnarowski angle and that it got that big, and that not only was Alvin Gentry mentioned, but 5 minutes later, oh, and by the way, somebody called and said, hey, I need you to mention Doug Christie is a potential guy as well. And so it got to that stage, because that's how that worked. I mean, that you can watch it play out on Twitter all you want. In my mind, I see how that is working. That is a continuation of a conversation. And so somebody is putting that out there, and that's why I'm like, hey, there's a possibility down the road. Alvin could work this season. Doug could train under him for a year, and then next season we could see something like that. But I think that brings us back to the problem at hand, right? Like, everyone wants a full coaching search. This thing has not gone the way that anyone hoped or thought it would go. You need, if you're going to do this the right way, you need to assess what Alvin did, but you get to the end of the season, you assess that as well as bring in 5 or 6 top names, not bottom of the barrel, not some guy that no one's ever heard of. I mean, I want to see Kenny Atkinson on that list. I want to see, if you want to give Scotty Brooks a potential look again, a local guy who I think grew up in Manteca and who was an assistant here before. Like, there's a list of names that I think should really be looked at before you make any decision. And the fact that we're already hearing that there's a potential for somebody to move up through the ranks here in Sacramento, who literally just joined the ranks, that it's the same stuff again and again. It's the same exact mistakes that you just can't seem to get out of the way. And so that is a concern. It's a concern. And it's not a concern because I think Doug will be a very, very good assistant. And I think he can even be potentially a really good head coach, but he's going to need the staff to build around it. He's going to need a lot of, help along the way, guidance along the way to get him to where you're comfortable doing that. And you're comfortable with him stepping into a role where he's not going to be a pariah in Sacramento 2 years from now. And that's always my concern. As Doug's friend, I don't want him to be talked about the way that Vlade Divac and Peja Stojakovic are at this point in Sacramento. Give the guy the tools to succeed, and the tools to succeed, part of it is giving him time to grow into. That's one of the tools, is Doug getting the experience to be ready to do it. And if this is just my opinion, but I don't think he would have walked in with the tools. And I think their potential for disaster was there. And maybe he could have captured lightning in a bottle, but still, you need more than just 17 games on the job to become an NBA head coach.
Yeah.
You're listening to D-Lo KC along with James Ham here on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. There aren't very many people who've been around that long in this organization. That's not a question. I guess that's just a statement. So I don't know. I just felt like somebody needed to say it, so I'll say it. There aren't very many people that have been around that long. So
there's a couple. There's a couple. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
you're
but
gonna
you
whatever hair the fan base has remaining in their head, they probably just pulled out.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get the frustration. For me, it's
look at Kenny. Look what you did to Kenny. Look at him.
Yeah.
Look what you did to him.
It's the same frustration, because it's why do we have to go there? Why is this discussion that we are having right now? Why is this happening? Because
again,
you just fired a coach and you had a guy who is tailor-made. This is literally what Alvin Gentry has done 3 other times. He has been the guy who takes over a team when everything goes wrong, and he steps in and becomes the guy. That's why you hired Alvin Gentry, so he could do this. It's why they tried to hire Alvin Gentry during the Michael Malone era, specifically so he could step in and take the job.
Mm-hmm.
So why explore a different thing? And you're right. Someone has been around. It almost feels like the Vlade and Peja thing, where you're doing a backhanded grab for power. It's confusing. It's confusing why this would come up. And so anyway, I'm with you. I understand what you're insinuating, that there's someone who's promoting this idea. But the fact
I would
is
say Littlefinger, but I don't fully understand the reference. So
I'm not exactly sure what that is.
But
you guys, man, you need to watch the Game of Thrones. I'm not a big Game of Thrones, you won't catch me out wearing a costume or something, but yeah, there is always someone whispering in the ear, and that's what this sounds like. So
and to Damien's point, I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, Damien, and if I'm off, but this is you're talking about a handful, maybe less than a handful of people where this could have came from.
Yeah.
If it's the same play that's been going on for 8 years, there's a handful or less than a handful of people who have been here for 8 years.
Yeah.
And it's the same play.
Same story, same mistake.
Play. And I just reading the comments, which I know I've been told do not do.
Be careful.
Someone said Mark Jackson is not liked because he's a Christian. I think you probably need to do a little bit more research on Mark Jackson before you make that statement.
It's a little wilder than that.
It's a little wilder than that. And if that's the line that you want to take, you probably should do the research on the type of Christian he was or is. And so go ahead and go ahead and do your research on Mark Jackson.
Yeah, that ain't it.
So no. That ain't it.
I don't feel like you're and I guess no one should be overwhelmed, but I don't feel like you're particularly thrilled or optimistic about Alvin Gentry as the interim coach. Am I wrong in that assessment?
No, I mean, I like Alvin. Actually, he's such a straight shooter. He's actually really fun to talk to.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, what does this mean? I mean, this is where you're at again. So, I hope that he can catch, the imagination of the players. But, Tyrone Corbin was a really, really good dude as well. And a guy who had spent years as an assistant and had some head coaching experience. And he went 7-21. And that is literally where the term welcome to basketball hell comes from. And that's when Rudy Gay told that to George Karl when he got here, when George Karl took over for Ty Corbin. The potential, like, prove me wrong, I guess, is what I say to Alvin Gentry. And it's not calling out Alvin Gentry. It's prove me wrong that you can make this particular team do something that they have shown they can't do. And that is get out of their own way and just play and just succeed. Like, this team has a problem with succeeding, with embracing success, thriving to get success. They talk a lot about what they want to be and who they think they are, and then they do this. They get a coach fired 17 games into a season because they stop playing. And so the fragility of this team, but it's not just this team. This is something that happened in 2012, something that happens 2014. Like, every single couple of years we deal with this same exact thing. The newness of a head coach wears off, and then the players don't take the next step when they're supposed to, and then the coach gets fired. And then we repeat the process again and again and again. And so at some point, like, you have to find players that will, like, push through and succeed. Or maybe you don't. Maybe we just keep living in this, repetitive motion, spinning around in circles.
It's funny you say that, James, because I look at this situation and I think about De'Aaron Fox. And yeah, if he was in a different situation, maybe he'd be playing different, maybe he'd be some type of leader. But this ain't Philly or, New York or Boston or anything. But this is hard. Whatever is going on here in Sacramento, this is hard. And it's clear to me that I think you need either a special player or a special group of guys that you just mentioned won't be deterred by some of the shortcomings or the frustrations that come along with this franchise and can fight through that, has a mental toughness that can fight through that to achieve the goal of just ending the playoff drought. I ain't even talking championship, just in the playoff drought. That alone is pretty tough, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think maybe the pressure has been taken off Fox here because of what's happened, and maybe we'll see a different player. I think it's possible. It's very, like, the last 2 days, his personality has changed quite a bit. And I don't want to say like he's manic. I think you could see, like, the weight of the world crushing him as we got to, through Friday. And then I think we saw things start to lighten up. He started to, like, you're starting to see him, like, starting to realize how bad this situation is playing on him mentally and how he needs to get himself out of that. And so I hope that, like, again, this could be a moment where Fox or someone else steps forward and just becomes who they should be. And maybe that's pie in the sky and hopeful. But at the same time, I watched how good he was last year. And I know how good he was the year before, coming into the season before he hurt his ankle, and how high they were on him. And I think he can get back there. I just think that, as much as anything else, people need to realize he's still 23 years old. And no one wants the excuse, but he's still growing into the man he's going to be, not just the player. And it's not always easy. That's why a guy like Tristan Thompson, who's been through the highs and the lows of everything, can come out and just say all kinds of crazy things, but in a way that makes sense to everybody. And even Harrison Barnes has those moments where, okay, this makes sense to everybody. There are times when, De'Aaron Fox doesn't exactly know who he is completely as a person. He's just not that to that point. When we were 23 years old, we weren't either. And we have to understand that that's part of this. It's just that he makes $28.1 million and feels the pressure of that, as well as losing and coaches getting fired and just not playing well and the jumper not going in and all of that stuff.
How much blame, James, do you put on Monty McNair? You absolutely held Monty's feet to the fire yesterday. I thought Monty had a really bad day yesterday. I think Monty's had a really bad start to the season. And it started when you tweeted Luke Walton will be back as the Sacramento Kings head coach next year. I think that was the beginning of things going bad for Monty McNair.
Yeah, I think continuity-wise, he was looking for something. He thought continuity would help this team. And I think a lot of people were like, okay. And let's be honest, Monty McNair gave Luke Walton like maybe 3 tools in a toolbox last year. Like he did not give him a full set of tools to work with. And that's not, like if you've got to do all of your home improvements with a hammer and a screwdriver, things probably aren't going to look great when you're done. And so I think Monty took his way of taking responsibility. And I thought if we go back to that press conference last year, the end of the season, Monty McNair had a huge moment at that press conference where I thought he took complete ownership of the team and what had happened and the fact that he did not bring enough pieces and all that stuff. We get to this point, and I mean, he was a dude playing dodgeball. He dodged every major question, and he could tell you that I didn't. And I think there are a lot of times where you can read between the lines with him. I don't even know that there was that much reading between the lines with him. There was just he did not know what to say. And he thinks he built a team that can be competitive. But we all know that he tried to trade Buddy Hield, right before the season started. Like he tried to trade Marvin Bagley and Buddy Hield. He's tried to make trades. The trades have never come. And so while you see the framework of what can be, you see a team, like we talked about it earlier. I thought this was a team of 9 players and 2 guys waiting to get traded for the 10th. And those 2 players were Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley. Well, they're still here. And now Chimezie Metu's one of your 9. And Buddy Hield hasn't hit a shot. I think he's got 1 make in the last 3 games in the first half. And that's not helping anybody either. Like he came into Saturday night's game, 1 of 15 in the first half over his previous 2 games. And then I think he went 0 for 5. Like that's
insane.
Like if you want it, and that's where we get to the, Buddy is trying too hard. And it's not that Buddy wants to miss shots, because I know he doesn't. But sometimes players try too hard, and that's what happens. The outcome that you see is Buddy Hield is off by a millimeter, and the ball clanks out and comes out of the rim. That's this game. If you're off by just that little tiny bit, if you're just putting that little bit too much pressure on yourself, it can be disastrous. And again, Friday night's game, I thought he single-handedly shot the Kings out of the game. And I thought the same thing in Minnesota. Single-handedly shot the Kings out of the game in the second quarter, and the late first and early second. And and I'm not just putting all the blame on one player, because I know his intentions are pure. I know his intentions are to try to help the team and try to be better. And then it just becomes like a bad situation. So yeah, I mean, there's so many layers to the onion. That's what we're always talking about with this team.
Well, you got more work ahead of you, my friend. You've got to get back in the old van and head out to the Golden One Center again. That is our man, 1320 Kings insider, James Ham, and host of the fantastic Kings Beat podcast. Make sure you check that out, James. I'm sure we'll talk again on Wednesday. We'll be following everything tonight, and we'll be back with more. Jason Jones coming up here on this 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore. More D-Lo and KC next. Man.
Yeah, this fly is kicking my ass. He's so cerebral, too, because he'll go away for about 10.
That fly is beating the hell out of you.
Man, and then he never gets in range where I can, tap him. He's always around here. It's like,
Yeah, it's funny. I could see you making weird hand motions, but because I did TV for so long, I have a tendency to just fade into the little tiny camera on my right there.
Yeah.
I just fade into that, and I don't really look at anything else.
He's been battling a fly all day.
Yeah. I'm an assassin.
Man. He's a cerebral.
He's losing.
Yeah.
I'm
an assassin.
He's doing a good job of not letting. He's staying out of arm's distance. I can't get here or here. He stays in these little parts here where I can't see. I got to tip my hat to him, man. He's doing a great job.
You need the D-Lo and KC fly swatter.
There you go. Yeah, we'll work on that. We'll work on that.
I need to hang the zapper right up there in the corner.
Or just flypaper, go old school, just like really embarrassing. Like, what is going on?
Yeah, that's great.
All right. Well, thanks for having me, guys. Everything else is good. Yes, we're good.
Yeah, we're great. Yeah, we're great. Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks,
I
man.
got to get back in the car and head down. It's chaos, but Alvin Gentry will talk tonight and we'll ask him the same question. What are you going to do this different? What are you going to do this different? And why didn't you do that 2 weeks ago? And
See, that's not fair. That's not fair. I don't think that's fair.
Job, James.
I don't think that's fair.
I think that's fair. You've been in the league 35 years. If you had some moment that you could say to somebody, it's already because now everyone's digging out of a 6-11 hole. So you want to get to the playoffs. Let's have those discussions. And if you need to have that discussion with Luke beforehand, then have that discussion. Like, hey, Luke, can I talk to him? Yeah. What do I got to lose?
It's not the same. I just don't think it's the same. But
I hope they respond. I hope they respond. I hope they take some accountability for it for sure.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, buddy.
Gentlemen.
Drive safe.
Thanks.
We'll see you. And they be in here for James. I don't know. Is Jason on the phone? I sent him the links. I know that's normally your primary.
Yeah, he as far as I know, he's on the stream. I just down to come on. So
okay, and he had to leave at what, like 40?
Yeah, 3:45 or so.
So 7 o'clock. That means I don't know if that means 7 o'clock, 6. I don't know if that means 6 or 5 for Alvin to talk. I don't know why all of a sudden I can't do NBA math anymore. Is it 5:30 for a home game? Is that what it is?
I'd say probably like 5:30.
Oh. At least Jesse remembers. I can't remember anything. And it is gymnastics getting these reads in. We still got 3 each. Is that right? Man, I don't know where I missed them. Obviously, I missed them somewhere. Steven, that's funny.
I almost had his ass. He tried to sneak up on me. Get out of here, you little bastard. I remember one time I said bastard in school, and I didn't know it was a bad word. Got in trouble.
Bastard's a bad word?
Yeah.
If Stone Cold says it, it's fine.
Bastard. I'll do a city center when we come back to. Just point at me when it's like we're good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you gotcha. Jokes are out.
Bad boy.
Oh man.
About a baddie, a bad boy.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Niners win, whether they win or lose. It's still a 49ers Monday here on D-Lo and KC, and it's brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99% APR at GoCityCenter.com.
I can't express this to the people on Odyssey and 1320 AM. Kenny is just getting humiliated by a fly. And it's the same fly. Just lingering around the entire show and essentially ruining Kenny's entire life.
It's ugly. Look, he's back again. He comes in, but see, I talked about it on the stream, and I'll tell the radio listeners as well. This fly, I mean, I've got to tip my hat. He's so cerebral. He just comes, where I can't get the reach of the jab. I can't get the reach of the swat down. He's like stays on my shoulder where it's kind of a backhand, but I can't really see him. I mean, he's doing everything that he needs to do to stay alive. And I got to tip my hat. He's not always around me. So he'll go away for like 15, 20 minutes and thinking, oh, okay.
He lures you into a sense of comfort. Like he lures, like you relax and he floats like a butterfly and just.
There you go. There you go. I mean, it's impressive. It really is. And I know I'm the one that is at the butt of his joke right now, but I mean, all I got to do, like Chris Rock said on Dark Twisted Fantasy, which came out 11 years ago today, he goes, well, I just got to thank Yeezy. Well, I just got to tip my hat to this fly. That's all I can do.
All right. Well, that fly is like Isaiah Stewart, Baton Rouge Rich said. He just keeps coming. It's like Isaiah Stewart, by the way, suspended for 2 games, and LeBron James suspended for 1 game. Huh?
He didn't even do anything. Isaiah Stewart, he just ran, like he just attacked at him. He didn't actually. That's a little excessive that he was suspended for 2 games.
He looks.
I think the run around the back, trying to go around the back way and trying to make like Marshawn Lynch against the Saints kind of added a game to that.
He looks so dumb doing that. Like, bro, you look stupid. Like, what are you doing? Like, you knew he knew he was free. When he did the whole show where he ran over the guy, he was free. He had a beeline for the king. And you expect me to believe that referee held you back? Like, nah, bro, you got free. And you was like, uh-oh, there ain't nobody in front of me. And then he stopped.
He was face to face with LeBron.
Right.
Yeah, you had your chance. You had your chance. And then they're like, well, if somebody said, well, he saw blood. I'm like, okay, but the man popped you in the face already.
Like he's a killer all of a sudden. He saw blood and he just transformed like he's Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania 7. Knock it off.
The NBA is full of guys who really don't want to fight.
That's facts.
That's why
there's a bunch of guys, as my boy Sean Cunningham says, Mr. Hold Me Back.
That's
once
why
you get 3 or 4 guys in between them, oh yeah, it's on.
That's why I say if I was in the league, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'd be just like Jimmy Butler and Kevin Garnett. I'd just be saying whatever. Hey, we ain't gonna fight. I look like the biggest tough guy out there. And Kevin Garnett, make no bones about it, he never wanted to fight. He understood this.
There's one guy nobody wants to mess with though.
Who?
James Johnson.
Oh yeah. Well, black belt, right?
Yeah. James Johnson actually does want to fight. I've talked to him. He actually has no problem with that. He's like, hey, if you go there, go there. And most guys say that, and I'll be like, yeah, whatever. And I've talked to other players. I'm like, no, people are like, no. James really, he's fine with that. If you want to go there, he'll go there with you.
Proper introduction here on this 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mentioned this ad. You get more with Gilmore. It's Jason Jones of The Athletic. Jason, congratulations. He's got his cow gear on. Another coaching change. Is this 8 for you?
Something like that.
8 new coaches for you?
Let me count. See, when I first got on at the end of my first partial season, there was Kenny Nat, Paul Westphal. Then we went to Keith Smart, Malone, Corbin, Carl, Yeager, Walton, Gentry.
9. Congratulations. Well, I told.
Hey, at least I wasn't like around all the time for this one. I can't completely blame this one on me. I was like, maybe I'm running these guys off.
I told James Ham, we'll get you something special for your 10th. We'll give you a commemorative something for your.
You
10th
should get
coach.
something for that because that's pretty amazing. You get 10 coaches. I don't know. I mean, 10
amazing is one word for it. Yep.
Amazing. A lot of coaches. 10 coaches in what, 12 years or something like. Well, we don't have 10, but 9 in like 12 years or something like that. That's unheard of.
Hey, remember they had 3 before the All-Star break once.
Oh man. How do you think this was? This moment feels to me like it was preordained from the moment Monty McNair said Luke Walton will be our guy this year. I don't know why that decision was made. I don't understand it, but I don't know this is what we've been talking about, Jason. I don't understand what Monty thought he was going to see this year that would have kept Luke Walton for keeping this job. Like what we're seeing right now is what Luke has done in his entire time with Sacramento. Have a short stretch of good basketball, a longer stretch of bad basketball. That's what Luke Walton has done his entire career in Sacramento.
And that's what makes it confusing. I'm like, why is like losing 7 of 8 all of a sudden worse than losing 9 straight twice? Like, and I've said it before. People in the league believe it. If you're going to fire a guy before Christmas, Why was he even back?
Exactly.
I don't understand. I mean, basically, you fired him on half of the games they played this year, and it makes no sense. It's not like Luke was going to be owed more money because you fired him in, say, July. It just, I mean, I don't understand the thought process of, because I don't care what you hear in a press conference. If you fire a guy after 17, 18 games, you were thinking about it long before because I mean, you fired him because they lost to the Utah Jazz. They probably weren't going to beat Utah no matter what.
Yeah.
So I mean, he was going to get fired, and that's just the reality of it. I mean, and Alvin gets a perfect interim coach, debut game, Philly without half its guys. So, but if you were going to fire him for that Utah game, it's like, why didn't you fire him after OKC? Why didn't you fire him after the road trip? Like, why? It's, and to me, it was curious that Monty made a point to say, I'm around the team all the time. I talk to all the players and all the coaches. Like, he was trying to make it seem like, hey, just so you know, I'm here and I know what I'm like, but what really changed from November 20th, November 21st, from, I don't know, May 15th? What, just the timing, it's just weird. But I mean, I'm quite used to weird at this point with this team. And now I think you can't, you're whooping, you're kind of, your target all the time. Luke is gone. Now we can look at the fact this roster has like 5 centers and 8 guards.
Yeah.
I mean, and then, there is that part of it too. I mean, is Luke perfect? No, but let's not act, I think this roster can compete for 10th. I've never said this is a playoff team. They can compete for 10th, which means they could also finish 12th. And I don't, no one I've talked to around the league thinks this is a playoff roster. And the roster has been the last couple of years, the moves have been so minimal. There's people who actually feel bad for Luke, like, well, dang, I mean, what did you want to do with that group? I mean, hey, we need a small forward. Let's go get Alex Len. It's like, sounds great, and then probably the weirdest one was you have a 6'6", combo guard in DeLon Wright. You trade him for another big. And a lot of these guys you brought in, you re-signed Terrence Davis, who can barely play now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's just a lot. I mean, to me, it's a lot to really sort out. I think just for clarity, say, okay, Luke is gone. No more blaming Luke. Now let's look at this, the front office and these players.
Jason, did the players quit on Luke Walton, or did Brett screw Brett? Which one was it?
Watching the way they were looking, it looked like the players were just like whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
especially Friday.
Yeah, and I mean, and when I heard that clip from the presser with De'Aaron, I was like, yeah, Luke's done. I said, I don't know how you come back from basically the guy's supposed to be your supposed all-star, basically saying, why does it matter? It's not like we're in the playoffs. I mean, I don't know how, I said, at that point, what do you do? I mean, at that point, you can't bring him back now. And like I said, if this was going to happen this fast, why did you even bring Luke back in the first place? I mean, to me, that's the real question. And I mean, I don't think that was really answered. But I mean, even from all the talk during the summer, talking to people, everyone saw every move as a contingency to replace Luke. When you add Doug, there was already chatter in the summer that when they get rid of Luke, that they'll look at Doug. So when I saw the stuff about Doug, I wasn't surprised because I heard that in July. Mm-hmm. So I mean, if you're doing all that, just go ahead and make the move. I mean, why? I mean, you already had, you talk to people in, out there, especially during that summer league time. People are saying, some of those assistants on that staff are trying to get out of there because they know it's about to hit the fan. Like you saw the writing on the wall forever, and it's like, okay, well, just do it. It's like, what are you waiting on? I mean, I thought if Monty wanted to go a different direction, he had a perfect cover. New GM. I saw Luke for a year. Okay, I'm going to go my own way. To me, this does not make them necessarily better. It just adds to the confusion, and then you'll probably do another search, in the off season.
How much of this, like you kind of mentioned this here a little bit. Why didn't you already do this? How much of where the Kings are, not just Luke Walton, but the Kings overall, falls on the shoulders of Monty McNair. You talked about the roster and now firing a guy, 17, 18 games into the season when you could have done it back in May. Like this, to me, Monty McNair has taken a huge L with this whole thing.
Yeah, I think he has. And people talk about, well, Monty's, knows what he's doing. We don't know that Monty knows what he's doing. We really don't. And right now, Monty, especially the first year, he was living off of he's not Vlade.
Yeah.
And people were like, well, at least he did, it's like he didn't really
Tyrese.
improve it.
He's not
really
Vlade and he's got
last year.
Tyrese. Yeah.
Yeah. So everything, no matter what he did, the reaction was going to be, well, he's not Vlade at least. And I've told people too, say what you will about Vlade. Was he great at the job? No, but you always knew Vlade was trying to win. You can't convince me they weren't trying to win last year. And this year, you look at some of the moves. Okay, you tweak some things. You added a little depth, where maybe you say they'll be a little more competitive, but still, you still got a bunch of guards and a bunch. I don't understand how in 2021 you have Rashawn Holmes, Alex Lynn, Tristan Thompson, and Damian Jones all on the same team at the same time. And then you can throw Bagley and Chimezie in there. It's like that's a lot of bigs. And then you can say, who are your wing players? We got Harrison and Mo Harkless, and a bunch of guards 6'4" and under. So it's a weird, So I think, if Vlade had to put this team together, I think the fans would have raised hell. Like, what are you doing? But I think because Monty's not Vlade, people kind of gave him a pass. But now, you know what? I think it's, people are going to say, let's look at what the way this team looks. You've drafted, basically a point guard the last 2 years. And like I've said on here before, you're drafting guards to push the guy you just gave a max contract to, which that tells you what, that's a problem. No matter how people want to look at it. If you got people in the organization saying, yeah, Davion's really going to push De'Aaron, it's like, okay, you've got a bigger issue internally than you want to admit.
Yeah. Speaking of De'Aaron, Buddy Hield, Harrison Barnes, Rashawn Holmes, the core of this team for the last 3 or 4 years, they just don't work, right? Like, it doesn't mean that they're not individually good ball players, but they're now going on their third coach, haven't made the postseason in that time. That needs to be changed. I don't know who it is. I guess take your pick or whatever, but that group, they need to move on from that.
I think you got to break it up. I don't know how you couldn't. I think one of my colleagues said, how do you expect to keep bringing back the same thing and wonder why you're still stuck at 30 wins? I don't know what the move is, but they tried to make a move, in the offseason with the Lakers. But even then, that move doesn't take you over. It's not like Kyle Kuzma's not going to, drastically alter your franchise's direction, but it would have helped. It might have given you a little more, but you got to do something. Like I said, you just can't keep drafting these guards. You have all these assets. You got to do something with them. And, that I think Davion's going to be, a solid player. Tyrese is going to be a solid player. Or I think you have all that, but do you have a guy where you say, yeah, he's going to be my cornerstone, right? You thought you think it's De'Aaron, but De'Aaron for his career has been very inconsistent. For all those greats, even last season, he had those those player of the week stretches, but then he had those stretches where he's playing like he's playing now. And this team can't be good with a 18-point a game De'Aaron Fox. That's just, I don't care who's coaching them. I don't care if you can go get Greg Popovich out here. If De'Aaron's going to give you 18 points, it's not going to be good enough. And so you got to figure out, do you need to move someone to let De'Aaron be himself? You got to figure something out, because this, what they've got right now, Alvin's going to give it his all, but how much better can Alvin really make this group?
Would you trade De'Aaron?
I wouldn't rule it out. I think it's crazy that you would say anyone on this team is untradeable.
Sure.
I think that's crazy that you would ever say that someone on a team that's never cracked 500 is so valuable you can't move on from them in the right situation. I think you definitely have to explore all options, which would, look at this. DeMarcus Cousins accomplished way more in his time, and he got traded.
Right.
Chris Webber got traded. Mitch Richmond got traded. You have to look at all options if it makes your team better. And I don't think you can ever say in Sacramento situation that, you know what, that guy is so good that we can't afford to at least listen. Maybe he's not the first guy you want to move, but if some team wants to give you a haul for De'Aaron, you'd be crazy to be like, you know what? No, we don't like that. You got to at least listen, and the only fear, you have if you're the Kings is that maybe people have seen enough of De'Aaron to where they say, you know what? I have him kind of slotted here as a player. Now I'm not giving you what I maybe would have given you a year ago because now you're asking me to take him back on a max deal. And if I don't view De'Aaron as a max player, you look at the other max players from his class. Would you put if you don't see De'Aaron in the class of a Donovan Mitchell, a Bam Adebayo, a Jason Tatum? Yeah. If you don't see him in that grouping, do you really want to pay him that much money? So you got to consider all that as well.
Yeah. With this group of guys, let's just assume maybe the deal isn't out there, money doesn't make a deal. Do you believe that they can turn their season around? I'm not saying to get to 6 or anything like that, but really legit contend for a postseason. Do you think they have it in them, or is this team just shot now, in your opinion?
I think they'll do like they've done the last couple of years. They'll have a stretch pretty soon where they'll, win like 4 or 5, and you'll be like, oh, maybe it's theirs. Then they're gonna. This is what teams that aren't good do. They'll have a stretch coming up, and you'll go, wow, okay, maybe they're about to turn the corner. Then they'll lose 5 in a row, and then you'll see the same type of, with some of these guys, we've seen them for 3 or 4 years. And when things go bad, how they go bad for them. You see how they just turn. And I don't see what's going to be different. You would think that a team that comes out and basically says it's playoff or bust will come out with fight and fire every game from the jump. 10 games in, they didn't care. So I don't have the confidence that all of a sudden they're going to be like, yeah, we're going to turn this whole thing around. I think they'll show sometimes you go, okay, yeah, I see it. And then they'll have some times you go, okay, this is the reason why Shea Gilgeous-Alexander is going to get 30 on them. They'll have those nights. They'll have plenty of nights like that.
Right. Jason, we know you got to roll, man. You got to get to the arena. We appreciate you carving out a few minutes for us. We'll give you this. You want to hear some air horns? Buster Posey, comeback player of the year. We know that Jason's a big fan of Buster Posey.
I will never see him on the field again. So congratulations, Buster. I mean, that's fine. I have no problem with that. Give him all the awards to keep him at home. If that keeps Buster away from the field, congratulations, Buster. Way to go. I never want to see you on the baseball field again unless it's a ceremony where they're like retiring your jersey. Yeah. They can give Buster all of that stuff. But if he's batting like 3rd or 4th against Walker Buehler, I need no parts of that.
I thought it was pretty cool that the Dodgers tweeted out like their congratulations on your career to Buster Posey. And this is the one of the thing, like me and Jason go back and forth about Giants and Dodgers or whatever, but I know I look at it this way. Jason probably does the same way. I'm so happy to have a Dodgers. You know what I'm saying? Where something like that matters. Like if I was the Mariners, who the hell is the Mariners? Like what exciting game do they have? They're sitting up here talking about the Yankees. Yankees could care less about the Mariners, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Maybe the Mariners go, the Angels are in town, but does anyone care about the Angels? I mean, I don't know.
No, nobody cares about the Angels. But Giants Dodgers is really real. And I look at this thing where I can't stand Mookie Betts, but the day Mookie Betts retires, I'm gonna tip my hat and be like, yo, the wars that I have with that guy as a fan or whatever the case may be, that's something that I can take with me. So I thought it was pretty cool that the Dodgers did.
Yeah, I mean, I did. I'm like, like I said, hey, you can't really hate Buster Posey. I mean, you can hate him as going back. I can't think of a thing where I go, I really don't like Buster Posey. Like, what I'm gonna say? I really just don't like you. Okay, whatever. Great career. He'll be in the Hall of Fame. I don't care what people out there on Twitter say. He should not get a statue before Barry. But
no.
I don't care. I don't care if Barry's not in the Hall of Fame. Nobody gets a statue before Barry.
That's facts.
Congratulations on winning the Axe again.
Thank you.
It's big.
That was beautiful. All my Stanford friends that don't want to talk to me. I'm like, man, y'all just really. I said, yeah. I was like, really? 41? Really? Y'all just really? I was like, that was beautiful. I was
you
like,
guys needed a dub because it's just ugly everywhere else this year.
I mean, yeah. I mean, we had the player walk-ons COVID loss to Arizona, which hurt my heart. Arizona hadn't won since I don't know, since Zach Randolph was still in the league, I think. And that one hurt because I'm hearing from the 3 Arizona people I know. I'm like, come on, y'all, really? Are really gonna throw this in my face? Yeah, how y'all suck. I'm like, come on, y'all play to get the dude who hasn't played. Literally half our team is at home. That's okay. I don't care about Arizona. They beat Stanford. You know what? I don't care what they do to that next game because so what?
You got the one that mattered.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. Jason Jones, we appreciate you, my man.
Right.
Thank you, brother.
See you next week.
Yes, sir. That's Jason Jones of The Athletic right there. Check out of his check. Hold on. Let me try that again.
Oh, it's live, pal.
Okay. Check out all of his fantastic work over at The Athletic. Should the Kings entertain trading De'Aaron Fox? We'll have the poll results for you in just a heartbeat. It is a 49ers Monday brought to you by City Center Financial. Refinance today below 1.99%. APR at 1866. Go City 6. Should the Kings entertain trading De'Aaron Fox? 66% of the people who voted, and I think our most voted on poll yet, 66% say yes. Of course, many in the chat house had posted that word entertain is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Could mean a lot of different things. But it sounds like, at least through, the crew that has chosen to hang out with us today, De'Aaron Fox is no longer untouchable.
No. And I mean, at this point, and this isn't some type of knock on De'Aaron Fox, but the way this group, once again, is continuing to fail and costing guys their jobs. I mean, how can you say, just, no, I won't entertain him.
Yeah.
That would be malpractice, right?
No,
That'd
that's
be
fair.
ridiculous. That doesn't mean that, yes, we're going to trade him, but it's like if, I don't know, Portland called you about some kind of deal. You got to talk about it and then have a meeting with your brass about should we do this or not? It'd be crazy not to.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing we kind of do as a fault. We fall in love with players, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with falling in love with a particular player, loving their style, loving their game. As I say regularly, I'm a Rashawn Holmes guy. I've been a fan of Rashawn Holmes, since he got here. But I also understand this team it's not where we thought they would be, and maybe that's not their fault. Maybe that's ours. Maybe we overestimated them. Maybe we thought too highly of them, and that's not them. That's us. I don't think this roster is bad. Now the results say that the roster is bad, but I just can't compute that yet. The roster is not perfect. The roster had holes in it when they were 5-4.
Mm-hmm.
But I just can't believe this is a 5-game under 500 roster.
Right.
And we'll talk. I think Will Griffith is going to join us tomorrow. I got to circle back. But Will joined us before the season. Of course, Will Griffith of the Kings Herald joined us before the season. And, we were feeling good about where they were, asking for 500 as the Fly's beatdown of Kenny Caraway continues over here on Twitch. And
aggressive on me.
I'm
he's on my nose and everything. Get away from me.
I'm trying to throw in the towel for you. Just stay down. Just take the count, man. It's over.
Throw in the towel too, but he won't leave me alone.
I guess in 11 minutes or so you could throw in the towel.
Oh, it is about to be on and popping in 11 minutes. There's
Kenny's going to blow up the whole
all over the place. The chairs brought. I'm about to beat the mess out of this Fly.
Kenny's going to be standing on the bed, dropping the Macho Man elbow on this Fly. And then I know what you're going to do because I've done this before. Then you're going to yell at the Fly. I told you. I just asked you to leave me alone.
If you would have listened the first time,
you wouldn't be dead.
You do the thing where you kill a fly or what's another thing, like a spider or something like that, and you send in a message to the other ones. you kill them and you leave them there.
You leave it there.
Send the message. That's what happens over here,
bro.
All right, that's what happens.
I swear to you, I once killed a spider in my garage. It was the scariest spider I have ever seen. I had convinced myself, like this was back in the day when I used to actually have to leave for work. Like I know, crazy, right? Long time ago, used to have to actually leave the house to go to work. I saw it and I looked at it and was like, nope, I ain't even gonna bother it. I'm just gonna leave. Like, hey, it's your house for the day, man. Do your thing. I left. I came back. Spider was in the same spot. So I stared at it for a minute because I was convinced if I stepped on it, it was gonna eat through my shoe and destroy me that way. That's how scary this spider was. And I ain't gonna say what happened when I finally stepped on it because it's no good. But let's try to shift gears here because we actually have a game tonight.
Yeah, man.
And I want to touch on that, but our man Big Al is here. Let's check in with Big Al here right quick. Big Al, what's going on?
We're not. I'm not going to act like the fly yet with Mr. Kenny, but I'm telling you, that fly represents the triplet from the Ohio State.
Oh my!
And we're gonna fly all around that Michigan defense.
Let's go
and light them up.
Let's go. We got something for you. This ain't State that you're gonna be playing on Saturday. All right. This ain't State. This is the
All right, Kenny. All right, Kenny. I love you, man. We'll get that bet going. Make sure we define it accurately before Friday.
Jim already said we're winning, or he's gonna die trying. Come on, let's go.
Oh man, that's gonna be maybe we appreciate you, Big Al. Maybe this is what Kyle Shanahan meant when he said we won't be here. We might not be here Sunday. It's gonna be your boy Harbaugh literally dying trying to beat Ohio State. Maybe it's finally come full circle. It finally all makes sense. And we've got basketball tonight. We've got your keys to the game brought to you by Sac City Mortgage. Unlock your homeowner dreams with the people's lender, SacCityMortgage.com. All right. So we're trying to come up with some keys for the Kings to beat the Philadelphia 76ers tonight. Well, I got one for you. There's no Joel Embiid tonight, and the 76ers have been a bit of a disaster defensively. Once upon a time, I don't know if those in our younger audience can remember, this team used to be able to get up and down the floor pretty well. Not after they were losing by 20, but to kind of establish themselves in the game. Alvin Gentry is known for this, and James Ham tells us regularly this is Alvin Gentry's offense. Let's get back to pushing the pace. Let's get back to getting up and down the floor. The 76ers are hobbled and they're bad defensively. Yo, take advantage of an opponent's weakness. Do that, and you might be able to get a victory tonight.
Yeah, I like that idea. Another thing that I'm seeing is this Kings team is supposed to be some type of like 3-point shooting team, right?
Allegedly.
In the last 10 games, or excuse me, last 3 games, they've made 10, 9, and 10. They've shot over 30% only once in that time. They shoot 33%, about 34% from 3-point land. Get to your average.
There you
and
go.
You'll win tonight.
Okay.
All right. Get to your average from 3-point land, your percentage, and you'll win tonight.
Those are your keys to the game brought to you by Sac City Mortgage. Unlock your homeowner dreams with the people's lender, SacCityMortgage.com. Waited all day for this. Cheryl from Elk Grove.
Oh, my. Oh.
Cheryl from Elk Grove. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fine. How are you?
I'm well. Are you happy? Are you excited? Do you feel better about the direction of the Sacramento Kings now that you're
I'm happy.
I know.
I mean, are you concerned about the roster moving forward or anything like that? Or are you just feeling good about Luke?
I don't think I think Cheryl from Elk Grove was trying to connect us to a Bluetooth and we didn't connect. She sounds like she's off in the distance.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can hear you, Cheryl. We can hear you, Cheryl from Elk Grove. Yes.
Okay, Damien, I just want to tell you, I just know your mom is so proud of you because I heard the comments that you've made even before today, last night, and I'm just so proud of you.
Oh.
My son, on the other hand, has been trying to defend them. I got into a little fight with somebody on the chat because I said something about Casey, but I'm like, stop trying to make excuses for him.
Yeah.
I mean, we're all better off. We're going to have a happy Turkey Day. Thank God.
Well, Luke isn't going to have a happy Turkey Day.
That's not our problem.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Damien, that's the you see. I'm sorry, D-Lo. You see my point?
I do. Yeah, he's difficult. I know. I'll come over for Thanksgiving dinner and we can, he can watch college basketball all day. By the way, I'm not sure, Cheryl from Elk Grove, if you're aware of this, your son is getting his butt kicked by a fly.
Yeah, it's rough.
Someone let a fly now.
Got him.
Did you really? I need proof. I need proof that you got him. I think.
So that probably was me because I came over there and I left the door open.
See?
Just because of all the comments that he's been making and trying to defend Luke. I just don't understand it.
Luke ain't here no more, so you don't have him to worry about. The roster needs to get better, Cheryl from Elk Grove.
All right, Casey. Let me just say this. D-Lo, when I heard somebody earlier talking about, I think KC kind of brought it up, and then Jason, I believe it was on there, and they were talking about the team. And I agree the team needs to play hand in hand. But if you have a leader that does not even speak to you during the game, I mean, what do you expect?
That's not
Gentry, at least they've already established a rapport with him. He talks to them. He goes over plays with them during the game.
Go to the game.
I agree with everything you said, Cheryl from Elk Grove.
And I'm also inviting the Kings, the players, to come over for gumbo on Thursday for Thanksgiving.
Oh, okay.
That will help them. Whatever I
Gumbo's
can
good.
participate and help
Gumbo's
them,
good.
then I will do that. I'm putting it all out there.
Okay.
Big ups. Big ups. I don't think they want anything to do with anything KC related, though. So I think that'd be a problem.
I don't think your mom wants anything to do with anything Casey related either at this point.
I was going to say again, D-Lo, it's at my house, not at Casey's house.
I got you. Okay.
Totally different.
I'll be there. I'll be there, and I'll bring your blue bottle girl hoodie with me.
Oh my God. D-Lo, see, this is what I'm talking about. You knew exactly I was going there next.
Yep. I got you. I got you. I love you, Cheryl from Elk Grove.
By the way, you guys did a great job last week with Rose and Brett. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you.
First good thing she said to me all day.
She was talking to me.
Oh, okay. Well, I won't take credit for that then.
All right. That was the best call probably ever.
I
She
don't even know what
basically
you're
said,
talking
I'm a
about.
better son than you are.
Yeah, she's in there saying I'm defending Luke. I'm not defending anybody.
I read that as I'm the son she wishes she had. That's why she left the door open. It was a plot. This was a long play. You got to admire this. This was a long play. She left the door open so the fly can get in and terrorize you for a solid 4 hours because of whatever you said to her regarding Luke Walton yesterday.
Deriving from the Latin word jalapeno.
There it is.
Allow me to expose my colon once again. We must internalize the flatulation of the matter by transmitting the effervescence of the Indonesian proximity in order to further segregate the crux of my venereal infection.
There it is. All right. There we have it.
Hey, also one last time before we get out of here.
Living your life after death.
Well, there's a help there for you, Luke. You know what I mean? Do what you could.
Everything.
It's kind of hard when you're not around. But it's kind of hard when you are around, I guess.
Yeah, it's harder when you are around. It's just not good for any of us. It was bad for our mental health. It was kind of hard with you still around. Know you unemployed, smiling down, watching us while we laugh at you. Every day we laughed at you. Till the day.
It's crazy. That's crazy. Puff bars.
Leave that man alone, man. It's a 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. Right now, Gilmore is offering Niner fans a $49 furnace safety inspection. Just mention this ad. You get more with Gilmore. I know we didn't spend a lot of time talking about the 49ers today for obvious reasons. We've got basketball tonight, man. We'll see if the Kings can get things going. We'll see if Alvin Gentry can get this latest edition of the Sacramento Kings on track. 4 hours later, I still feel like there's some things we didn't talk about. I still feel like there's some meat on the bone, and we'll have time to talk about it tomorrow. I mentioned Will Griffith at the Kings Herald will be with us. Matt George of the Locked On Kings podcast will be with us, and we hope you will as well here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings, I guess.
Man, how's the day right there, fellas? It's a day right there, fellas. Hey, DLOKC.com. Y'all want to get over there? Peep the new merch that we got available for you. 25% off everything. No promo code needed, including BAM! Is brand new for the culture joint. Also, we're dropping new merchandise tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
Going KC Fly Swatter. I'll work on that.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think I got. Where's my flashlight? I'm not gonna pick him up. Who knows what he's carrying? I feel like I got his ass.
I don't think you did.
Is that? No, I had it.
I need to. This is how you know a fly has been terrorizing you when you're actually when you're looking for the carcass.
Where's this son of a bitch?
When you're looking for the body.
Bastard. Tried to sneak up when I wasn't watching.
Got him. Got him. Probably. I'm sure he does. That's what I'm saying. We need the kill confirmed.
Well, I can't find him, but he wasn't flying around. I know that much.
He's just taking a break. He's you know when he's gonna come back when you trying to watch TV, when you're trying to relax.
Yeah, and he gonna come back because he'll have my undivided attention. Then he gonna come back to go to die. I'll get him then.
Oh, people!
I'm strapped to this chair right now. I won't be strapped to that chair then.
Wow,
you tripping? Auto puff bars are fire. Don't get it twisted. Puff bars are fire.
Oh man,
puff bars though means somebody lost their job. Drake bars mean
yeah. Hopefully we ain't dropping too many more of those. I'm sorry to do this. There's so many. If you haven't hit the thumbs up yet, can you do that? I think we might be flirting. I mean, we're kind of flirting with 300. We're at 277. Right. If there's 23 people who haven't hit the thumbs up button yet, can y'all get us to 300 right quick? I gotta jump on with our folks over at CBS here in just a couple of minutes. Shout out to CBS, man. I appreciate them. Third TV hit in the last 2 days, man. So I thank them so much for that. But yeah, if you haven't hit the thumbs up yet, let's go ahead and get past 300. If you haven't gone to DLOKC.com yet, go on and do that. And oh no, we'll see what happens tonight, man. We'll see what happens tonight. DLOKC.com for 25% off. We appreciate you guys so much. Only 8 more. Let's get that thumbs up. And we'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, let's get there. We're almost there. We'll see you tomorrow at noon.